Hello, Shelley. Oh, I can't hear you, just so you know.
There you go. Is that better?
Yeah. Is
How
everybody,
is it sound? Okay, we're going to be doing it from that white one up here. This is just my backup. So you will be seeing stuff, but I'm going to mute this one so you guys can hear from that one.
okay.
And then I got to figure out how to turn the camera around. You would think that I would be able to do this. Okay, I guess I'm turning the camera or the whole thing around so you guys can see the room too.
Well, if we put it on speaker view, it shows you or the person talking. So,
okay.
And if we put it on gallery, then we see everybody in small, you know what I'm saying? I can't hear you. You're muted again.
Starting in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Shake around the computer just so I think she has it. Click it down. Or maybe it's actually you know what? Why don't you? Oh, good.
A thumbs up?
No.
Can you do it now?
Does it show me that I'm Sorry, guys.
I don't know yet.
I wonder if we go with no mic. Can you guys hear me okay if we use no mic? Is that okay? We can, okay. Thank you, Juliet. They can hear. Just 1 second.
All right. We did it. We're here. Woo! Thank you, guys. Oh, this has been a journey, I tell you, and I'm so grateful to see you guys all here. Yes, we could see everything virtual, but there's nothing like the heart to heart that we can have in this room together. And I've been craving it. I've been talking to a lot of you guys, and you've been craving it too. So here we are, and we are going to have an amazing day. So I want to just go through kind of the outline of the day really quick and talk to you guys. So first off, bathrooms are just outside the door. They tend to be a little bit glitchy. Just, yeah, when you go to flush the toilet, you have to really hit the button. If there's anything that's going wrong, find me. And I'm going to tell you guys who is all here helping me. So Sarah has been my sidekick and has been putting up with me this whole time. Sue in the back has been helping me. So, and Bernice is in the corner, my longtime best friend. And so if anything that's wrong, you can find any of us and we will make it right, okay? One thing that we're going to be doing is we're going to be having the presentations on every table. You guys have an agenda. It's not going to be exactly right at all. I don't even know why I printed it, but anyway, at least it's going to kind of, well, anyway, everything on this page is going to happen at some point in the day. One thing I want to tell you guys right now before anybody leaves, after this is over, the restaurant, I will be bringing over a bunch of menus and we can order from it. I'm going to have a piece of paper and I'm going to just get you to put Carla, green salad, and a coffee. And I know you probably don't even drink coffee, but anyway, and then, so we're going to do that. And then they're going to bring us the meal here after. So instead of us paying the almost $50 for a buffet, they're actually letting us do that. So that, I mean, these are hard times. I couldn't afford a $45 meal and I didn't want to expect that from you guys. During the supper is going to be a lot of, we've had this before and Jolene has been with us when we've done it, and Carla. And that is such a blessing to be here because we really we talk about how they're doing the business and stuff like that, or it's a very personal thing. So I hope that you will stay. And then after we eat, we're going to do some dancing and having some fun and just being together. So one of the things that we always try to do with our rallies is to support those who need us. And on my team, there is a young baby boy that was born and we were so excited. I'll never forget phoning the florist and getting flowers delivered. And then so I'm going to read this. So Harrison Roger Blake was born May 19th, 2020, to Ken and Brittany. They're actually Sarah's cousins. Harrison had a very typical first year. We loved watching the pictures of him growing up. And then something started to look not so right. They started to get concerned about Harrison. He had a lot of delays, and he ended up being diagnosed with I'm going to read this because this is just, okay. So he went to a pediatrician and they started 6 months of chromosomal, blood, different types of genetic testing, and waiting for the answers. On December 10th, just 4 days after Brittany had given birth to their second son, Grayson, Ken and Brittany received devastating news that their son, Harrison, has an ultra rare genetic condition called GM1 gangliosidosis. They were told that it is degenerative, life-limiting, terminal. Kids usually don't live past mid to late childhood. They were also told that since it's a genetic condition where both of them carry that defective copy gene, their new baby also had a chance of having it. So he started going through the testing, and they found out that it seemed like forever. They found out that actually Grayson is okay. So since then, Ken and Brittany have been fighting to keep Harrison healthy. Harrison is very physically and neurologically affected by this condition. He can't hold up his head anymore. He can't sit unassisted. He cannot track his eyes, cannot speak or play with toys or friends, and relies on a wheelchair and a stander to support him. But his body remains very healthy. None of his organs apart from his brain are affected yet by this truly devastating disease. There are currently 3 clinical trials that are taking place for possible treatments for this condition, but they have no FDA approval. So anyway, we're up against time, and we're raising money for him to get in to one of these, and it costs over $1 million. So we we're doing a couple things. There is a very beautiful advent calendar, and that there's tickets being sold on it. There's over $700 worth of oils in it. You can gift it or keep it yourself. It's in the back over here. So you go back and you see and talk to Bernice and get tickets for that. And so proceeds to that is going to go to Harrison. Then we had a lot of people, including corporate, donate all of that stuff that's on the table over there. And there's tickets being sold for that. And all of that will be going to Harrison. So if you would please keep Harrison in your prayers, first and foremost, if you can support him, that's awesome. To those who are on the live stream, if you would please send, if you want to be a part of it, we will ship you the oils, and the email is in the room, so you can email Sarah. And it's sarah.dfitness@live.com. And so that is that. And the tickets are $5 each or $5 for 20. Okay. Also, I'm starting off with all these horrible news, but I just want to get this all done and over with so that we can just concentrate on going forward. OFD table. A lot of you are friends with my friend, Jason Zelmer. He was supposed to be speaking with me today, but his brother had a massive stroke. He's in his 40s. He is going to start being tube fed today. He's lost all on his left side. It's just not good. Anyway, anything that is made on that OFD table today is going to Zelmer's brother. I would love for you guys to support the girls in the back. And thank you to Caden, my son, for running the OFD table. And again, thank you everybody for coming and being here with us today. So without further ado, one of our speakers ended up, their whole family got sick. So hers is going to be done virtually. We've got it, and I will start that. So just have a sip of something, and we're going to watch. So I'm going to talk to you a bit about Crystal. So Crystal, I got to know her through, going to different things. She's a Catholic, homeschooling, widowed mama to 5. She's very young. She lost, he was very young when he passed away. She's passionate about freedom, truth, and she's just an amazing woman. Her love for natural solutions and toxin-free living began in her early adulthood. when she discovered a desire to support the health of her and her loved ones. She partnered with Young Living 8 years ago, wanting the best products in her home, and has sustained in many ways, both physically as well as financially. She has been able to support her family through Young Living. She wasn't looking for an income producing opportunity at all. She just was going toxic free. And God had other plans, and she is actually a platinum with Young Living. So anyway, I will start her thing. Oh, and we're the hosts, sorry. Okay.
And couldn't be there in person because we ended up getting sick. I have kids sprawled out all over with fevers and other not so nice symptoms.
Just a second. I'm going to get this on the speaker. Sorry, guys. Just 1 second. Oh, Jill. Sorry, guys. This is quite the, and it's called.
That's weird. Sound, don't I? Is it?
No, it's called.
Is it a Bluetooth?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then. Oh, you know what? That's just because I've got it hooked up myself. Sorry. Yeah, AO. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Sorry. Right there. Yeah.
Hello all, my name's Crystal Dean.
It's not working.
Oh, down one. Yeah.
Hello all. Video number 2. If you watched the first one, it was my personal story, my personal testimony of losses and
I must have went too fast. Okay.
Hello all. My name's Crystal Dean, and couldn't be there in person because we ended up getting sick. I have kids sprawled out all over with fevers and other not so nice symptoms. And I myself am starting to not feel so great. And so I have this bit of a raspy voice, but I thought I would come and share with you anyway, the things that I've lived through that have really helped develop who I am today, and to hopefully speak some encouragement into your lives. So thank you so much, Shelley, for inviting me to be here today to talk to you all about Crystal Dean's story, my life story. Okay, so who's Crystal Dean? I'm somebody who really loves freedom. I'm a seeker of truth. I love Christ. I love adventure. I love traveling. I love living my life the way that I design it and the way that God calls me to it without being told. So basically, if the establishment is telling me to do something, I'm pretty much doing the opposite. I'm that kind of girl. However, I have a love for the Lord, and He's asked me to do some really difficult things in my life. And I know that His ways are the best. So I just continue to follow Him and to seek out His will for me and my family. I have been with Young Living for 8 years, starting with experience through my mind and following up to a business that I would somewhat call accidental, but knowing what I know now, definitely something that's really happening as a gift. Network marketing has been quite a personal development program with a compensation plan, and I would 100% agree with that. I had my own personal development that was quite heavy a few years before starting in living, but really has continued that journey for me of personal development. My own personal development that was the most intense for me was in 2010 through a series of trials in my life, which I'm going to share with you now. So 2010 started a very stressful time in my marriage. My husband left for a while and made some choices that were very, very painful to me. I had to choose what kind of response I would have to that situation. And I turned to the Lord for guidance. And I don't know about you guys, but being a Christian is not always easy. And it's often asked to do the opposite of what we typically would want to do. So when somebody hurts us, the typical reaction is to lash out, to make that person the enemy, to justify our own behavior, to their behavior, to feel sorry for ourselves. So I say that already. It's so easy to fall into a pity party. But what I've learned throughout life is that you can't control what other people are going to do, or the choices that they're going to make, but you can control your response to it. And your response can make or break your personal growth. And so at that time, I was praying for somebody to help me through what I had recently discovered was happening in my husband's life and the devastation that that brought for me. And so I found a spiritual director. His name is Father Mark, and he was a phenomenal help, just amazing help in my life at that point. We met once a week for 2 years, and I worked on myself harder than I ever worked on myself in my entire life. And you might find that funny because you might think of like a spiritual director as somebody you go to like vent or to unload what you're going through or to complain about what's happening. And yeah, those things happen, don't get me wrong. But primarily, what my spiritual direction was about was looking at how I could grow in holiness and how I could develop as a human being in a positive way through those trials. And so those 2 years, looking inwards at my own shortcomings, at my own contribution to anything that wasn't healthy in my marriage, was incredibly beneficial for me. It was extremely painful, but pruning always is, because it's the cutting off of things that aren't serving us well, or that are dysfunctional, or that are unhealthy, and looking inwards. So what I learned most from that experience was that instead of focusing my time and energy on what the other person was doing, which was hurtful, playing detective and trying to figure out why, and asking questions that can never be answered because they're outside of your control. You know, but incessant wanting to know all the details. It can drive a person absolutely bonkers. Instead of doing those things, which is typically human nature, or seeking revenge, or playing to be petty, or eye for an eye kind of behavior. Instead of doing those things, I was encouraged by my spiritual director to look inwards, to discover in what ways was I needing to grow in life, what things needed to be improved, and focusing on the things that I could control, which was myself, my own behavior, my response, and asking the Lord to heal me of all those things. And that brought about freedom, because when our focus is outwardly driven onto trying to fix something that is outside of our control, or trying to figure out the why, which we will possibly never know, it just uses up all of our energy in a way that is not productive. And so instead, I use my energy in a way that was productive, which was focusing on healing, focusing on goodness, focusing on what I could do to be healthy and to bring about health in my relationship. And so at some point we were reunited, and that was a really beautiful time in my life. We ended up having our sixth child, and our sixth child, she had two medical issues. She had a heart malformation as well as a lymphatic system malformation. And unfortunately, because of those two things, she was not able to live very long. So she only lived 13 hours after birth. They weren't able to do anything surgically for her because of the two issues. They couldn't put her down because of the lymphatic system issue and they could operate on her heart because of the lymphatic issue and the heart issue didn't allow her to operate on her lymphatic issue. So anyway, that was a bunch of mumbo jumbo. What I'm trying to say is they weren't allowed to do anything medically with her besides being comfortable. And so when we discovered that she had these two different issues, we were asked if we would like to abort her. And my husband and I were very much against that. And I had to actually be quite forceful with the medical team in saying, no, that is like not an option for us. She will live as long as we want her to live. We will love her as long as she lives. And she will experience family as long as she's here. And then she will go to the eternal. Which is exactly what happened. She lived for 13 hours. They kept her comfortable. My children were able to hold her. I was able to hold her. She passed away in my arms. And it was the most beautiful experience I ever had in my life. What can I say? An overwhelming sense of joy when I knew that she had reached her eternal rest before I would, and she was with Jesus in heaven, and she was just going to be so happy. And I could never give her any of that. You know, I could give her foreshadowing of it, but she was having the full meal deal. And I was really happy for her. And not to say that I didn't have any sorrow, because I did, but at that moment of death, there was no sorrow. There was extreme joy and peace. And if I would have terminated her pregnancy, my pregnancy with her, she wouldn't have experienced that experience of knowing that the Lord gives, the Lord takes away, but He's still the Lord, and He gives us so much peace and rest. And so that's actually where my young living story started, because my doctor came over and gave me some lavender oil to help with this healing. And 8 to 9 months later is when my bug started hit. And that whole story of me starting with young living is also such a God-given story, a God-given opportunity for me. So what I wanted to say in regards to this story that I just shared with you is that so many of us run away from any form of hardship, not realizing the value that can be gained by intentionally choosing to use those opportunities to grow emotionally and spiritually, to choose to be a victor instead of a victim. Perseverance through difficulty is extremely important in life, and it's something that a lot of us shy away from because a lot of us, well, it's pretty normal. Humans don't want to suffer. We don't want to because we don't necessarily see the value in suffering. But if we can gain an understanding that suffering actually leads to growth, if done in a good way, if we actually learn to suffer well, we can grow exponentially. And by hiding from suffering, or trying to diminish suffering, or resisting the growth that can come from suffering, we actually often become bitter and closed, and we don't grow. And so we don't get to choose what happens to us in this life, but we do get to choose our response. And our response can either paralyze us or launch us into action. And so I chose action. I chose to lean into the hardship and pain. I chose to deal with it in a healthy way. And not to say I did it perfectly, because I sure as heck did it. And it's not to say that it diminished the pain, because it sure as heck did it. I experienced excruciating pain throughout those losses. And my life the loss didn't end there. A few years after that, I don't know how many years after it was, but my husband ended up leaving again. And I had just started using Young Living oils and sharing them with other people. And so I had this accidental business with Young Living starting. And he chose to tell me that we no longer wanted to be married to him. This was about a year after our daughter had died. And so at that point, I had to make a decision as to whether or not I was going to focus on the pain, or if I was going to focus on what I needed to do to live a life that was full of faith and peace and not worrying about the future, but allowing God to take care of me. So that's what I chose, and that's why my business started with me. Well, it started before that, but that's when my intentional business with my living started, where I really realized that this was more than just it wasn't just a fundamental business anymore, because that's what it was for a while. It was just some money for us to be able to travel and do some fun things, but to actually look at it as an opportunity for being able to provide for my family. And I thought, well, maybe I'll go back to school, because I had an almost completed psychology degree and I to get my master's. But that took me away from my home and my kids, and that's not what I wanted for our family. So instead, I was like, Lord, I know that the Lord called me to homeschooling. I don't know if anybody else has this experience or if anybody else here is a homeschooler, but the Lord definitely called me to homeschool. And He made it very clear to me that that's what He wanted me to do. And it wasn't something that I wanted, to be honest. I wanted to get my master's in psychology and be a psychologist. But that's what He called me to. So I left those kind of dreams on the back burner and did what He asked me to do. And I'm so grateful for it now. Like, especially with the way the world is and the things that are happening with system, COVID stuff, and all the things. The Lord knows best, always. Trust Him. But just to say, at that point in my life, I just followed the Lord without really understanding it, and left my education part behind. So when my husband decided that he wanted to be with me, I had to provide for my children. Not learn that I had to do something besides being at home with them. I looked at possibly going back to school, and I just felt this prompting on my heart to take a look at this and think deeper, as more than just a family thing. And I thought to myself, well, I don't know, like those things, they don't ever really pay much, right? Like, I don't know. I just had never heard of somebody in network marketing, maybe purses or Tupperware or whatever it was. I had never heard of anybody like really doing well enough that they could provide for their family, so I had dismissed it. But then I went on to a call with Adam Green and listened in on some business talk and realized what the income potential was, and realized that people in the province were doing this and doing the same kind of activity that I was doing to make my fun money. And so I started taking living seriously as a business opportunity and really launched my career into something more than I could have ever imagined at that point. And I had been doing my living for, I don't remember how long it was. I think 4 years at that point. No, 3 years at that point. And so my husband had been going for a couple of years, I think, maybe a year and a half, and he chose to take his own life at that point. He was living an hour and a half away from us. Things were very strange between us and very difficult again, and it was absolutely devastating because he had actually reached out and asked if we could be reconciled and if we could start working on our marriage again, and if we could be an integral part of the kids' lives again, because he had taken a step back. And I had agreed to help him in any way that I could and to be open to the possibility of working together with parenting and not possibly, but yes, I was open to opening my heart again to helping him out. And so that news came. It was something I didn't foresee happening, and it was an incredible loss for me as well as my children. And once again, I had the opportunity to live into the pain and to grow. And I could have become bitter and angry and frustrated. And not to say I didn't experience those emotions because I wouldn't be doing if I didn't. But I didn't allow myself to stay there. I asked of myself to grow. And so what that growth looked like? It looked like a lot of prayer and making sure my kids were okay and asking for help, even though I don't necessarily like doing that. It looked like putting one foot in front of the other when you don't feel like it, you know, getting out of bed when you don't feel like it, doing the things that are set before you that the Lord asks you to do, and to just being faithful to those things, and to really seeking out exactly what it is the Lord wants from you, even if it's just in that hour or in that day, because otherwise it can become very overwhelming. And so I remember just dealing with the funeral and with, you know, those initial things that you just have to deal with, and just being really strong for those things and getting them done. And then afterwards, just when you're actually able to breathe into it, experience, just being really like, I guess, like, I'm strong, right? Like, is this my life? Is this really my life? Like, this can't be how it ends. Or like, this can't be it, right? Like, what is this? And in those moments of, I guess I would call them despair, the Lord just reassured me that the things that I've experienced in my life are going to help other people, and that they're not for nothing. And it takes us out of the gate. The choices that I made to be faithful to what the Lord was asking me to do are going to bring blessing about on my children, on generations from me, and people around me. And so I know it would have been easy to fall into despair and heartache, and of course I experienced heartache and stuff, despair and doubting the Lord, but instead I chose, once again, this word choice to receive healing from the Lord, and to seek out healing, and to seek out opportunities to grow. And I went to grief counseling and to kids to grief counseling and experience different retreats and things like this. And I've always been very mindful, maybe this is my psychology training, but always been very mindful that it's important that we deal with things in our lives and not rush them under the carpet and not ignore them. And we can be full and healed people. And that's what we need to be for our families and for our communities. And so I just want to encourage you guys today with whatever it is that you are going through, that the Lord has a plan for your life. He has a plan for all the hardship that you're dealing with, or any hardship that you've dealt with in the past. That those times of pain and suffering can be used and transformed into something absolutely beautiful. And so my life testimony through the losses that I've experienced is to tell you that I don't live in suffering. I have a beautiful life. I have 5 children. I feel great. I feel at peace. I don't feel like I'm missing something. The Lord has been a fantastic companion, and I don't feel a lack in my life. I feel that He has, something more for me than this, but that I'm still at peace with this. I don't feel like I'm not striving to be filled by something else, because I have Him and He fills me. And so that's my story for today. My story of pain and how I worked through it, and hopefully there's a few nuggets in there that you can take away from it for some encouragement. When you're feeling like I can't do this, and when is this going to end? Just believe me, it's a season, and the Lord has something else. and to not waste that season. Don't waste it. There's so many lessons to be learned in that season of suffering. And if you do it well and you lean into it and you give it to God and you ask Him to be with you, there are beautiful things that He will give you in that time. And to that season. All right, God bless you all. Thank you for allowing me to share my story with you. And it's always a real gift to be able to share our hearts with somebody else. And if anybody wants to reach out to me, on Instagram, on Facebook, Crystal Dean, just look me up. All right, God bless you.
Shelley should never leave her clipboard. If you guys see a clipboard floating around, it's anyway. So I am very honored to introduce my next speaker up, who is what we call in Young Living a cross-line friend, and she has become more than just a friend to me. We do a lot together, and she loves spending time with me. Oh, just loves it. And anyway, she is going to share an experience. Did you want to start with the video first, or did you want to then? Okay. So we got to experience something together at the end of September, and it was such a beautiful time. And there's actually quite a few people in the room here who went with us. And so I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to, can you click, and we're going to see if click it. And then Sue will come up and talk.
I am brave, I am cool, I'm who I'm meant to be. This is me. I'm out, 'cause here I come. And the marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. It's my spirit. The fight for it. We are going to step through the blood. I've been inside me so tightness rising from just to watch. Something in the sun, that is the highways. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, dreams mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. Like iron, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable. This is how legends are made. 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 This is how legends are made.
Oh, nope, 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 back, go back, go back. No, I know. Oh, 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 oh.
I'm so glad to see you guys all here today. I know that the weather was a deterrent for some of you to maybe stay at home. I came in yesterday, so I'm driving today. Full disclosure, I'm not a public speaker, but I always have lots of things to say. So I'm going to use a script so I don't say too much. So how many of you have been to a Young Living farm? How many of you have been to a harvest on a Young Living farm? Hey, how many of you didn't even know that you could do that? See, a couple of you didn't know that. Most of the corporate farms are open to the public for tours, and some of the Young Living farms invite members to come and help with planting, harvesting, and distilling, so that we can see firsthand how much care goes into every bottle of Young Living oil. If you've been with Young Living for a while, you already know that Young Living uses only non-GMO seeds and only water and or pressure to distill the oils. There's no toxic chemicals used here, folks. The Young Living quality control team runs tons of tests to measure the properties of every oil, and those tests are repeated several times from the farms right through to the final stages before shipping. Weed control on Young Living farms is done by hand or with sheep, not with chemicals. Some years, rich botanicals are grown to replenish the soil. Then they're mulched and composted for added nutrients. This is all very cool and really good to know that Young Living takes such great care of the precious soil. There's nothing quite like watching the house take place in person. So you saw in the video a little bit about that, but what the Passover is when the essential oil first makes its appearance in the hydrosol, it's visible in the separator. You can watch the bubbles of oil slowly make their way from the bottom all the way up to the top of the hydrosol. where they remain and continue to accumulate. Once the distillation is done, the hydrosol is pulled off the bottom and the essential oil is drained into stainless steel containers, ready to have all the remaining hydrosol removed and for the essential oil to be hand filtered. Then it's ready for on-the-farm testing. Some of you are wondering what hydrosol is, so I'm going to give you a quick explanation. With traditional steam distillation method, plant material is loaded into the extraction chamber, compacted. The boiler heats up water and steam from out is released into the bottom of the chamber, making its way upward and saturating the plant material. The steam causes the plant material to release the oil molecules as a gas, and it carries the gas to the condenser where it goes through the cooling process and liquefies into water and oil. The water and oil mixture flows into the separator where the oil rises to the top and the water or hydrosol stays at the bottom. Fun fact, when the members are helping with the harvest, the oil production is increased significantly. And I know it's because of all the extra love that pours out of the members while we're dancing on top of the plant material.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
So I have had the absolute pleasure of attending a winter harvest of blue spruce at the Highland Flats farm in 2015, and just recently at the fall harvest of white spruce at the Northern Lights farm with the Thrive family. It was the first ever white spruce harvest for members to be invited to. When I was asked if I wanted to go, I didn't hesitate to jump on board. I didn't know when it was going to be or how I was going to get there when I came, because I like going to farms. So I love to see and be a part of the process that happens at the farms. The staff are also patient with us, taking the time to explain things and answer questions. They seem to enjoy having us as much as we enjoy being here. And I can honestly say that I have never met a Young Living employee that doesn't love their job. That's rare when you talk to people that are working for someone else. So Young Living is amazing. The incredible integrity of this company really hits home when you are right there. But the best part of going to a Young Living Harvest Week is, hands down, the sense of community. Getting to know Young Living family by traveling together, planting together, cooking together, sawing down trees together, learning together, partying on a broken town bus in the middle of nowhere, which actually happened to us. A week-long experience of being immersed into the Young Living family culture, right from the long-term there, has an impact that is unfathomable. Everyone is so keen to help each other when discussions are had about health, business, cooking, you name it, and somebody will have an idea of how to help. The connections that are made with staff and cross-line members will fill your heart, and long-term friendships will be formed as you meander your way through this Young Living journey. So please, if you're given the opportunity to go to a farm for a harvest, just do it. It's the best investment you'll make for your heart and for your business. Thank you.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break, so let's try to keep it as quick as possible. We'll have a bathroom break. We're gonna set up something a little bit different here for our virtual, and then we'll be back at her with another little special speaker. What? No, it's perfect there, I think. That's I'm trying. Okay. Yeah, just don't even. 700 people. This is as far as I can go. Yeah, I do. I'm dead. made my own. And then I thought, you know what, I'm gonna do an Alberta one, so why Alberta? And so there is sweaters up there, and you are more than welcome to go and look and see if you want one, and it will be pressed. Bernice can press it right on the spot. You can also just buy the logo for $10 and take it home and iron it. And
No, I don't need it anymore.
oh yeah, there's t-shirts and sweatshirts. So anyway, just wanted to say that. And yeah, so next I had the most awesome FaceTime with a young man who wanted to speak. And I almost dropped to my knees crying just a little while ago. He said to me, "Thank you so much for letting me speak. This is such a blessing." How old are you? I'm 11. He's 11. He's 11. You know that his parents are doing something right. So I am absolutely so honored to invite this next young man who wowed me with what he wanted to present. And so I'd like to introduce Elias Hay.
Hi everyone, my name is Elias. I'm 11 years old and I'm from Kelowna, BC. I hope that you're all having a great day. I've used oils my whole life. I can't remember a time in my life that I didn't want oils. But what's so great about oils? Well, I'm going to tell you. Oils smell good. They can move you in so many ways. They can make you feel happy. They can make you feel calm. They can make you energized. They can give you energy. You said that. And you can diffuse them. But what is a diffuser? How does it work? A diffuser is a device that naturally and evenly disperses the scent of an essential oil throughout whatever space it is in. There are 4 different types of diffuser: a reed diffuser, a candle diffuser, an atomizing diffuser, and an ultrasonic diffuser. The first 2 are low tech and not recommended, but the ultrasonic diffuser and the atomizing diffuser are really recommended, and you should have one in every room in your house. An ultrasonic diffuser is basically a bowl that you put water and oils in. It's an ultrasonic plate that vibrates and makes mist. Lots of people ask if you put water then oils or oils then water. So I did some research, and putting oils first is basically like putting the milk first for the cereal. If you put oils first, I need to get help. An atomizing diffuser disperses the scent of essential oils without the use of heat or water. Instead, an atomizer creates superfine particles using creates superfine particles of essential oils, which are then distributed in the air. When using an atomizing diffuser, you'll get nothing but pure essential oil aroma filling the air around you. To use an atomizing diffuser, it really depends on what the model is. But here I have the reed diffuser. Duet, sorry. Okay, there's oil number 1. Thank you. So to use this, you can just push down on that and pop it up. And then you can put an oil in there. To put an oil in there, you need to take the lid and the stopper off, and then you can just screw it in there. There is a lot of cool settings on the Duet. You can choose on and off. You can choose how long you want it to be on. There's 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, and 8 hours. And you can do it mist on. So if you want the mist to be on for 10 seconds and then off for 60, you can press these buttons there to change that. And then you can choose if you want to do oil 1, oil 2, or both. So this is a really cool diffuser. You can get this at youngliving.com. Oh yeah, it has Bluetooth too, so it's like super cool. You can pump the gem while you're diffusing your oils. This is called the Aria diffuser. There's a lot of different models. There's the mini Aria too, which is a bit smaller, and it also has Bluetooth. It's one of the newer ones. This has a remote. When you turn it on, it has like a little song, and you can press that to turn it off and on, and then press that to turn the diffuser off and on, the volume for the song on and on, and it has LEDs, which is cool. I've now been told that it does have multiple colors. I only have the mini Aria, so it only has one color. But you can get that at youngliving.com too, as well as these. And diffusers are just a blessing to have in your house. Like, honestly, I don't know how I could survive if I didn't have oils or diffusers. But now I'm going to talk about oil aroma. You probably know this already, but I love oils very, very much. I don't know what I would do without them. But how does the scent of an oil help you? I'll tell you. You smell essential oils. Your nose sends the constituents of the oils into your olfactory system. Well, this is just true. I'm just the olfactory system is the part of your brain that controls your emotions. So different oils have different constituents, and different constituents can make you feel different ways. Like that wasn't me. Some constituents in valor, for example, can actually give you confidence. So if you're having like a baseball game or a hockey game or doing a presentation game, you can put on valor. So that is super cool, and honestly, it's like magic. Like I'm just blown away every time I think about that. Now back to diffusers. You might be wondering what to diffuse. Sorry. I wonder what to diffuse. Well, there's a lot of things you can diffuse, but today I'm going to talk about my favorite things to diffuse. So number 1, joy. Joy is, in my opinion, one of the best oils to diffuse because it smells good, it makes you happy, and the bottle looks pretty cool as well. Number 2, stress away. Stress away is another one of my favorite things to diffuse, because it calms you down and hypes you up at the same time, and just gets rid of all those nasty things that are going through your mind. And then there's Valor. Valor is also a great oil to diffuse because it just smells so good and gives you confidence. Grand Fir. Grand Fir, or balsam fir, is a great thing to diffuse as well. It's great to set the mood on a camping trip or a trip to the forest. Christmas spirit. Christmas spirit, some people don't want to admit it, but the holidays are arriving in a couple of months. That means it's the perfect time to start diffusing Christmas spirit. It's like diffuse it now or else. And kid power. Kid power makes you feel like you're back in the good old days. But you can also diffuse a bunch of oils together, like an oil soup. But don't drink it, please. It won't taste good. So, yeah. Number 1, the key to your soul. 2 drops cinnamon bark, 3 drops vanilla, 4 drops stress away. This blend will give you a tingle when you smell it. You'll diffuse it forever. Number 2, the subtle come out. 3 drops kid power, 3 drops peace and calming, 1 drop lemon. This blend will give you hope and make you happy. Number 3, a tiny drop of heaven. 3 drops stress away, 3 drops valor, 3 drops joy. This blend can make you feel like whatever you want to feel. What are we in? Lastly, number 4, TLC in liquid form. 2 drops kid power, 3 drops joy, 2 drops valor, 2 drops peace and calming. Imagine that you have a little TLC plant, that one right there. And then you take the TLC juice, and you squeeze it into a reed diffuser, and then diffuse it. That's what this is. It's like someone's by you and making you feel like it's gonna be okay. That's the end of my speech today. I want to thank Shelley for letting me speak here today, and my mom for bringing me here, and for using and living for my whole life. And thank you all for listening. But before you start clapping, I'm pretty sure there's a wheel. There's a wheel. Yeah. That's probably random. Right?
You can go grab the diffuser that you're giving away,
Okay.
and you can hit the wheel.
Who wants to win this? Okay. I'm gonna spin this wheel.
And all your names are on it.
All your names. Any one of you could win this. Right. And the name is Jennifer Bohe.
Yeah, let's give them a round. So Jen is going to be, Sarah, can you just help me with these? Well, Jen is going to bring some stuff up here. I want to just talk a little bit, kind of a commercial break. I did talk a bit about this, our last rally, and we are going to be talking about trauma and how going through the last 2 years has been really hard on some people. And I've seen it split families apart. I've seen some pretty awful things happen. There has been some blessings that have come out of it, of course, but Young Living really hit, we all really suffered in it, our businesses, and you know what? Having you guys all coming back and gathering in this room, I've been in the company since 2013, and I am seeing such a rise in excitement, and I truly, I am so excited to what's going to happen in this following year. So one thing that had happened to me is I was going through a lot of health issues for the last 4 years. I had been was given a mesh put inside of me to hold my bladder up, and it decided it was going to come out. And so I was in a lot of pain. They treated me for bladder infections for a full year. I was on 14 different kinds of antibiotics. I didn't even know, like, it's crazy what I was on. So finally they figured out that it was the mesh coming through the bladder. And so I experienced something that I need to talk about. So I had got a really good surgeon. He was really, really awesome. But he had lost his parents right around the same time. And he had said to me that he was only going to be doing surgeries on people who had the COVID shot. And I have a very, very rare brain condition. My brain is very special. I've had a lot of spinal taps, around the 40 mark. And so I had done some research, and I really felt that I was putting myself at risk by getting the shot. I was in so much pain with the mesh. I was done. So I had decided to go and get one shot. I didn't tell my husband. I didn't tell anybody, and I went and I had it done. And in that, I lost a lot of people along the way who were very upset with me. One thing with how our feelings are and how emotions can get involved, I was not in my right state of mind. And I truly feel that there's a lot of people going through COVID, not themselves. And now that I'm out of it, and I have had to forgive myself in many different ways. And I did get the surgery, thank God. And but I did lose a lot of friends because of it, because I did take the shot. And you know what? I did start having a lot of health issues after it. I worked with Carla. I worked with other naturopaths to try to get it out of my body because my body was not happy. That was just my own personal journey. And I know, you know what, they say it is a personal journey, keep it to yourself. But you know what? I am just here to say all we are here to do is to love each other. And if I were to do it again, I don't know what I would do. But you know what? In somebody who has had to make a choice, we just have to love on them. And I didn't. My family is totally split. I had brothers who were. I'll just say this: our families was very split. And then I almost lost my sister-in-law a year ago. She was in a really bad accident, and now that her daughter has left the room, I can talk about it. My 7-year-old nephew had to get his mom out, woke up because they went off and they hit a tree and a power pole. The car started on fire. My little 7-year-old nephew got his mom awake and pushed her out the door, and then got his sister out. After that accident, everything changed for us. It was like, you know what? It is a personal choice, and we are family, and we just love each other. That same sister-in-law was diagnosed with breast cancer 2 months ago, a very aggressive kind of breast cancer. She's doing chemo. And so since we've gotten close and everything, I have to tell you, she is on 4 to 6 ounces of Ninja a day. She has not lost all her hair. She is strong, and I don't even think she weighs 100 pounds. So we were very concerned about her because chemo is so hard on the body. And there is so many different aspects to this company. I would always say it's you guys, for me. You guys are the heart of it. And And I used to hear Carla and Angie and Jolene speak about that, but now I know what that is really like. It's you guys are the beating heart. Yes, we've got some of the best products in the world, and I am seeing it working in my family. I have a brain condition. I'm not even supposed to be here. And I'm on Ninja, and I have been since 2010. I was on Ninja before it was even in Canada. I was ordering it from the States. We are in a company that can save people as far as I'm concerned. Hope you know hear from the FDA. But you know what? All we have to do is love on people, and everything else comes afterwards. I started doing gratitude journaling to try to get myself out of the dark place that I was in, because honestly, I hated myself. I sat in our shop, and I'm sorry to my children who are in the room. I was sitting on our lawnmower and I wanted to die. And I won't say what I was thinking, but I was in that much pain. And it was that day that I went and got the shot. Don't judge somebody for either if they did or did not get it. We don't know what drove them that day. We just know that we have to love them. So anyway, I started writing gratitude every day, and I started doing another thing. Somebody had said, you write gratitude down every day, it'll change your life. And I honestly didn't believe that, but it did. It started changing my life. My beautiful sister wrote books, and they're sold on Amazon. She's got a table in the room. And I started writing prayers down. And I started realizing, you'll think, oh, God's not listening to me. I can guarantee you, if you write your prayers down and you go back and look in like 2 months ago, those prayers were answered. Maybe not the way you thought that they were going to get answered, but they got answered. And that has been such a power. I've always thought of myself as a Christian, but going through COVID really drove things home for me. And it is only love. And I know going forward, we have the possibility, because I know what you guys are like and how much you love people. And I'm sorry if this has gone all the way around, but I'm just encouraging you guys today to write gratitude, to write down your prayers, to do all the things that, you hear other people say and you don't know if it'll actually work. It really does. And it is a true blessing. And the person who got me into Young Living today is this beautiful person who is on the screen. She was coming to me. I'm a registered reflexologist, and she was coming to me, and I had already been buying it, but I didn't know that it was even in Canada. And anyway, so she got me in it. And Jen is always one who kind of floats in the background, and she's just kind of there. She's always helping people. But you don't see her get on stage and speak a whole lot, but she is so wise. And I am so honored to introduce my enroller, Jennifer Bohe.
Not techie, I'm not a great speaker, but I wrote down some stuff, and hopefully, what's really funny is that none of us that are presenting today talked about what we were going to talk about. We never shared what we were going to be sharing or anything, but I feel like everything kind of just flows into each other. And that's just an interesting little thing that happens at a lot of these events. It's these, we just kind of know what people seem to need to hear. And I'm not really sure how well I can do following Elijah, because his presentations are a lot more fun. So first thing that I wanted to say is actually nowhere in the whole program I was going to be talking, but I wanted to thank you guys for making the effort to be here today. Our Alberta weather showed up. I would like to mention it was a day after the BC weather showed up. Yeah. So I don't know whether the weather was missing people that came to Alberta to escape, but we got it, and we got it full force. Like yesterday was nice, today anyway. So thank you for making the effort to be here. Shelley, you said I have 45 minutes, right? For 45 minutes, we're all good. Right, okay. So there's no way that I'll stand up here and see all your eyeballs towards me for 45 minutes, I swear. thank you for coming. Thank you for, battling over our weather to be here. The one thing that I think we've been missing and we can all agree on for a long time is the sense of community and the sense of belonging and where we actually are in different groups and different places. So this is huge to help with the part about happiness, and lots of us can struggle with some social situations. It's still important to find our people and connect. Connection increases frequency, it changes your posture, it changes your breathing pattern, and it helps with the way that we react and act towards things that are happening around us. Just being in the room, you may not have seen someone for a long time. You're smelling some of the most incredible aromas when you come into this room. You are being able to just visit and relax. It changes your posture as well. And when you inhale an essential oil, you automatically are likely taking a deeper breath in and releasing that tension on the breath out. It's cool to think that essential oils can complement connection so well. And I know that as our speakers have shared with you, you're also leaving with a wealth of information and possible influence. So when we were sitting at the back panel, I was kind of talking a little bit about what I was going to be sharing today. And then Shelley came along and she asked if I had a cell phone charging cord, and I pulled this cell phone charging cord out of my, what is now to be called Mary Poppins bag. I actually have posted several times that I would love for Mary Poppins to come and visit me. So I guess if you don't get to visit Mary Poppins, at least you know, and all moms and people that care for other people, they have a Mary Poppins bag. You know that in your Mary Poppins bag, you're gonna have, for any travel or anything, you're gonna have wipes, because you never know if it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen in the vehicle on your way to an event. You have extra paper. You have a moose if you have a child like mine. You have your husband's wallet. Hopefully he doesn't need that. You have an extra bag that you never ever use. It's actually, I know, strange things. It looks like a strawberry, it's not a strawberry. It is an extra bag, but you never use it because it's somewhere in the bag and you actually just ran in with your wallet. You have some of your mail through in your bag on the way, and it's actually probably been in there for a while because it seems that we're sent to me. My son's autistic, my middle child is autistic, so I have some speech cards with us, extra pen ties, bracelets that just didn't get put on yet today. Everything that you might need for everybody that is around you, whether it's your family or friends. There's still way more tools and stuff in here. But what is in your Mary Poppins bag or your purse, right? Because some people just have a purse. That is just for you. It's usually money or a card that you can easily tap. I have extra contacts. Nobody else in my family can steal those. But the other thing that I have in my Mary Poppins bag is down at the bottom, where the kids probably won't get to, but if I did need to, I have extra ninja red, I have essential oils, I have hair spray, jasmine, but I was things are on the way home. Hand sanitizer, what's the world with a hand sanitizer now? And if I didn't know you got flipping, I would only have my bank cards and cash. That's free. So Young Living actually has added to my bag, but thankfully I have that stuff because I can still serve the rest of our family with my Mary Poppins bag, as well as with my essential oils and stuff. And they're coming quite handy on the fly. There's been a few times where there's been things that have happened and I've stopped in emergency situations and take care and carry on. So all of those things that I have extras on, I even have an extra set of the Tahoe keys, which doesn't even make sense because I don't even have the high technology that I don't need the Tahoe key in order to start it. But I have an extra set just in case, which I probably wouldn't do. Anyway, Mamas, what is in your purse that is only for you? That can't fit into a teeny tiny purse. For me, it's oils and oily products. And, oh yeah, I have some reading glasses, Louise sees those. I printed out big enough in case I couldn't find the reading glasses. So let me just pause there to say, hi, my name is Jennifer. I'm probably using essential oils because I have worn them too much. I don't even wear deodorant anymore because, you know, when I ran out of it and I tried a different one and had to work to get that done. But I don't think I stink. Like there's been lots of people I came into and give me a hug, so I'm pretty sure I don't stink. I'm a mom to 3, wife to 1. We have a dog, chickens. We live on an acreage. I'm just as much an extrovert as I am an introvert. I enjoy tea and talking, and oh boy, what is this? Our oldest kiddo is our daughter, who's 19 and just finished her EMR course and a few safety courses to go with it. Our middle son that just turned 18 in September is severely affected by autism and epilepsy. And our youngest is 11 and he's in school after spending the last 2 years homeschooling and is enjoying every moment of being a part of school sports that he possibly can. This year, I jumped forward in being a part of a book collaboration, so I have a chapter published in a book about belonging. Once a week, I take gluten-free baking goodies to the local farmers market, and I'm able to get up and chat with so many interesting people and hear all of their stories. That's my hope. If you would have told me that life would be as it is today when I was younger, I would have thought that you read a story and I was not in it. Let me be clear. I know that our journey happens for a reason. I'm grateful for the lessons, and I'm not the same person that I was when I was younger, which is a good thing too. Life throws curveballs, and the word trauma means something to everyone different. We put into perspective into our own lives. So I will tell you that my series of trauma didn't begin with a severe concussion that basically took the last 2.5 years away from me. The loss of some really important people in my life. It didn't begin with the autism diagnosis, numerous appointments for our son, or call it with our daughter. It wasn't even feeling like I didn't fit in all through parts of my life. Fear of rejection, fears of failure, and even fears of success. It started as a slow rolling ball when I was young, overweight, and had glasses, and it was easy enough for others to pick on because I was very shy as well. That slow rolling ball got bigger with everything that had happened along the way. Like a rolling ball downhill, it gained intensity too. Yes, hard happens. We all need to find our way through it, but within the past 10 almost 10 years, I have had a toolbox that I can grab for all the little things along the way, and we all know the little things are what turn into the big things. My toolbox not only has helped me be there for our family when someone needs calm, relaxation, energy, wellness, a reminder to take a deep breath, soothe aches and pains and strains, help with digestive issues, and all the things that come our way, usually in the most ridiculous hours, but it has helped me. I used to think that I had to give everything to my kids, and I still do that, but I also realized that I don't have to say yes to being part of the committees here and there while driving all over the place, running around for everyone else. My husband used to work away, so he was gone for 2 weeks and home for 2 weeks. I had a system, a routine. Each day was focused on the kids and what they needed from me, or so I thought. And the next part is the part that I'm still working on daily. And that is the part that made me realize that my bag, purse, Mary Poppins, majority of everything was for my family. And I wasn't thinking about the analogy about putting on my own mask first, like they say in the airplane. Now, to be fair, I don't think I was ever taught that in school, which is where they actually should start that at a younger age. And to be also understanding my situation, I actually hadn't been on an airplane until about 9 years ago. And when they were explaining all of that analogy, it didn't sink in until my eyes were popping out of my head, listening, watching the demonstration, really absorbing the idea that as we bounce loudly in the prop plane, I may need to actively remember each detail, insert stress and to the rescue in that moment. So like I said, I'm still working on that part as I take care of me to be the best me so that I can take care and assist with others. There are so many little stories that I can tell about each one of the oils and oil products that we have. I love to share tips like thieves on the feet at night while the kids are sleeping, digesting the laundry for those tough loads, and on the tummy twice a day for many reasons. A good built stash of Nature Red is one of our many must-haves, especially for our middle child. I let my kids choose which oils they're wanting on them. So if it's peppermint to sleep, when peppermint is known to be a good stimulant, it's likely because it's connecting them with a memory that trumps any label. Our son is nonverbal and would take a roller of oils and apply them on his arm when he had a fracture. He didn't ask for them, he would just go and grab the bottle and put them on. Dry patches of skin can easily be helped by a lip balm, and it also makes a great carrier oil for sensitive skin. I like to share the peppermint in the motorhome, makes it still smell amazing in the spring. Purification inside the toilet paper roll smells great all the time. Oils on the wool dryer balls, toothpicks is a thing. Hand sanitizer has taken out some sticky things as well as Sharpie off of things. And oils like Sacred Mountain, Abundance, and Valor really should come with a cake. And diffusers in every room in our home makes people come to the door and have comments like they can smell the oils from the outside. So when I say that I'm a walking diffuser, I actually probably am. When I don't know what oil to use, I think about when I don't know which oil to use, I think about the different oils and what the uses can be. I'm often attracted to the tree oils because if you think about a tree, the roots are deep and spread out, and then the trunk is strong, has branches reaching and stretching. Sounds like a good oil to put on. Any tree oil will work. Every room in our house has oils and oily products. And for that, I know I'm a better wife, a better mom, a better friend, a better advocate, and all around a better human being. Because this piece of our journey needed oily goodness to be a part of it. Looking forward, we don't know what life will bring, except we really don't have a whole lot of control. We control how we react to things around us, and that is close to about it. We don't know so many parts that may lay ahead, and that can be overwhelming and rather scary. But with having tools to use, we can at the very least breathe a little deeper, smell a little sweeter, and build our wellness a little stronger. So though we know we have access to a whole bunch of oily products, it can get a little overwhelming to start. Just start. Start anywhere you can. Build however you can. Build your supply, your orders, however you can. Because you'll find that oils, your research, your connection with others will help to guide you to the next step. The beauty of this company is, and it being part of our journey, is that no matter who you are, how old you are, what your beliefs may be, or what's going on behind the curtains, there's something that young living can definitely help with.
Thank you so much, Jen. That was awesome. So I think we should give some prizes away. Yeah. Great, so we'll get Sarah up with her wheel. And so do we have a box or bag or box? We had it in a box, it's in a bag now. So what is gonna happen is we've got lots of giveaways. So we are going to start giving them away to all of you guys. Sorry, I'm gonna give them away to all you guys. So here we go. Great. Okay. First one. Samantha Peters. Came all the way from the creek, and her and I and Sarah and Sue and Terry and all of us went to the Northern Lights farm together. So. Okay, we're gonna do 3 more. Christy Cross. Smarter. Wheel. And the next one is Samantha Peters' guest. Which one? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whichever one.
I didn't have everyone's name, so I just pretty much did it best.
All right, last one for now. Amanda Herbert, and Amanda's another one that we went to the farm with. Sarah says, do another one. There's lots in here. Yeah, we've got so many.
Ooh.
It's Carlene Ronell. Really? Yeah. One more. There's oh, this is so awesome. Avon. And Avon, can you trust me to take her? Perfect. Okay, so one thing for our speakers who are coming up are all our keynotes are going to be coming up. Before that, we have a special young lady coming up who just won a prize. So I am very honored to introduce Ava Hay. And we're just going to get you to try to hold the mic just so our virtual people can hear you. Yeah, press this one.
Hi, everybody. I'm Raven Hay, and I'm going to be talking a bit about skincare and my skincare journey. So take out your notebooks and let's get started. So around 2020, I really was struggling with my skin. I started to break out a lot, and I was struggling with acne and dryness and a lot of eczema and even chapped lips. And around the same time I was struggling with my skin, the Bloom line launched, and I ended up getting the whole line for my birthday. Oh wait.
Well, if you go back, you hit the opposite side. You want it back.
Okay. everybody. One of the reasons why I was struggling with my skin is I was not washing my face every night. And it's very important for your skin that you're washing off everything that accumulates throughout the days, to just wash that off, to get a fresh face before you go to sleep. And I would try to wear makeup to cover up all the eczema I was experiencing. And then I wouldn't wash off the makeup, and I would just, it would sit on my skin, and it would just make everything worse. Even though I was using natural makeup, it was still making my skin break out because I was just leaving it on my face and not washing it off. So it's very important to wash your face every day. And yes, as I was saying, I started to use the blue line as soon as it came out. I got the whole line for my birthday. And I had started washing my face with, I was like, well, I have it, so I might as well use it. So I started using it, and I started washing my face every night and every morning, and using the brightening essence and the brightening lotion. And around a month or so, my skin actually started to clear up. And yeah, it just and my skin brightened, and it was getting, just my eczema and all my acne was starting to go away. And that was because I was washing my face every night. I was using the blue line, and also I was using the acne treatment. And this is one of my favorite products. It's one of my lifelines. I still use it to this day. You just apply it where you're having acne breakouts or pimples or even blackheads. You just apply that every morning and night, and it actually helps take it away and strips off acne and everything like that. It's so great. I use it all the time. It's one of my favorite products that Yummy has. Another product that helped me is the Art Toner. And I can't explain how good it is to use toner for your face, because it balances the pH levels in your skin, which is like the level of acidity. So if you have too much, it's bad. And if you have not enough, it's also bad. So the toner helps kind of balance that, and to get it at you have the right pH levels in your skin, and it just kind of, it helps the breakouts go less and clears your skin. And so yeah, and this is the Art line, and it consists of these 3 products. There's the refreshing toner, the gentle cleanser, and the light moisturizer. And Young Living has many skincare lines as well as many skincare products. And one of the new lines that actually launched this summer is the Balance line. And this Balance line is more targeted for young adults and teenagers, and it's for oily skin also. And I have really been loving it. I've been using it all the time lately, and it's just so great. And when it says it balances the skin, it really does balance the skin. And one of my favorite products in here is actually the toner. Surprise. And it does the same thing as the Art Toner, except it's it has even more, it's great. Usually you can see, this is when the toner has been shaken up, but it separates into 2 parts. There's a blue liquid on the top and a gray clay. It's called bentonite clay. And I did some research, and bentonite clay has many of the benefits. It absorbs toxins in your skin, it manages acne, and it makes your skin look more youthful. And it's even said to take away acne scars and dark spots in your skin. So apply that, add toner to it, balances the pH level. It's just all of the above. It's great. Yeah, so this line, it consists of the cleanser, the dual phase toner, and the mattifying lotion. And these all are the Balance line is about kind of minimizing pores, getting rid of oily skin, and it works too, especially the mattifying lotion that takes away pores in your face, which is great. Okay, now let's talk about moisturizer. So I believe that everybody should use moisturizer. Even if you have oily skin, moisturizer is super important because when you have oily skin, all that oil is sitting on your face and it's not in your skin giving you kind of like the hydration that you need. It's all on the outside of your skin. So when you use moisturizers, it helps absorb the moisture that's on the outside of your skin into your skin, and it it like takes all the hydration into your face, so you're actually being hydrated rather than all that oil sitting on the outside of your skin. And the light moisturizer is really great for when you do have oily skin, because it is light. It's a light moisturizer, but it still gives you that hydration and that moisturizing that you need. And for more of the dry skin people, Young Living has an Art Intensive Moisturizer, which is it's moisturizer, but there's more of it there, and it's there to when you really have dry skin, it's there to put that hydration and moisturization that you need in your skin. And it's even great for when you have like wrinkles and all that stuff, and it helps like get them away. And like, so there you go. And on the topic of moisturizing, there's lip balm. Now, many companies sell lip balm, but most of them can have a chemical in them that will moisturize your lips right away, but it actually takes out the moisturization after a while. So then you end up with more dry lips, and that's why some people actually get a lip balm addiction or a lotion addiction, is because the moisture goes out of your skin, so you're just reapplying and reapplying and reapplying. And when you use a lip balm like in Living's, it has that moisture that you need, but it doesn't have that chemical that will take out the moisture. It gives you moisture and keeps it moisturized. So Young Living has great moisture and great lip balms that have many flavors that are awesome, and they moisturize your lips and also keep them moisturized. So that's great. Yeah. So on another note, I have been using the Art Beauty Mask. Now this, I love it so much. It is one of my favorite things. It is a sheet mask, and you will wash your face, and then you put the sheet mask onto your face, and it will, it clears the skin, and it even moisturizes it as well. And so you put it on your face, and one of the tips that I like to share is I use a jade roller to smooth it on my face. And when it's cold and like, it gives such a sensational feeling. It's just, and when you take it off, your skin is so glowy and it just looks perfect. And it's just awesome. So I would definitely recommend using a jade roller, or like, there's many other ones out there, but use a jade roller, it's great. So yeah, the Art Beauty Mask is, it smooths the skin, makes it glowy, and it's all about like making your face look and feel younger, and tightens your skin, and it just gives that awesome look. And then, but if you're more looking for detoxifying your face, you can do the charcoal mask, which is really great. So if you're like breaking out like dirty skin, it just has, it clears your skin, and it actually has activated charcoal in it and volcanic black sand. And these are very good ingredients, and they'll gently exfoliate your skin and have it softer and healthier. Okay, so I've talked a lot about skincare products, but as you know, beauty often comes from within. And I'm sure you guys have heard that all the time. I hear it a lot from my grandmas, like, Amen, don't eat too much sugar, you'll break out. I'm like, I won't. I do. So I found that grandmas can be right very often. So it does come from within. And but you also don't want to be too much overwhelming your body with like, no, this. Like, you gotta give it like an 80-20 thing going on. You can't do like too much, I wouldn't like to live without chocolate for the rest of my life. So you gotta do an 80-20, like you gotta eat a salad once in a while. So you can start with supplements. So I'm not gonna scare you with like a whole bunch of supplements, but these ones are my favorite that I use all the time. Like, every morning, night, So starting with vitamin C. So, or as Young Living calls it, Super C. Super C will balance the electrolytes in your body and will help you create more of them, keep you energized. So that's why Super C is great for like energy and stuff like that. And it is also great for helping the levels of vitamin C in your body. Surprise. So yeah, that's Super C. And then one that I love and have been using so much is the Sulfurzyme. And Sulfurzyme has the powder. You can take it in a powder or a capsule. You can take 2 capsules 2 times per day, or you can just take a scoop of the Sulfurzyme powder in your water. And this is good for like bone health, and it's for hair health and growth. And I have been using this for a while now, and my hair has grown so long. I've been actually measuring my hair since June of this year, and it has grown so much. I've got the exact measurements, but it has grown substantially. So I love Sulfurzyme for that because it's great for helping the hair grow longer and healthier and thicker and all that. And another one is the Super D. Now, Super D is vitamin D, essentially. And so it's great for your immune system, especially your respiratory system. It's very great for that. And it also stabilizes your mood and your hormones. So that's awesome. It's like all of the above. And this vitamin you can order on NFR. The last supplement I will be talking about is Essential Zyme 4. Now, Essential Zyme 4 is like when on Thanksgiving, when you eat way too much food and like way too much fatty food, so much of it, and you just kind of feel bloated afterwards. Well, Essential Zyme 4, everyone. It will help with that, and it helps breaking down the fats in your body and helping your body digest everything, but also getting all that nutrients you need from the meats and from the vitamins. So that is great, and I use this a lot, and I keep it in my purse all the time. So when we go out for dinner, I'm like, oh, should not have made that ice cream dessert. There you go, Essential Zyme 4. Thank you for listening, everybody. I hope you found some tips and just wrote some stuff down and help you with your skin and just your health from the inside and on the outside and all that. So thank you, everybody, and have a great day.
So guess how old she is? 14 years old. 14 and a half. That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm so proud of you, Joe. All right, so next we are going to have one of the keynote speakers. We are so blessed to actually have 3 diamonds in this room, two Royal Crown diamonds and a diamond. And I am so honored that you ladies have come up to speak today and dealt with the roads. So the next one is my Royal Crown diamond. She is more to me than a Royal Crown diamond. At first, I was just like, oh, she's young, and now she is so wise. This is a woman who lives the lifestyle, and she is absolutely a gem, and I'm not going to waste any more time. I want to just tell you something here, because she probably won't. So Jolene joined Young Living in January of 2012. She became a star a month later. She became a senior star like 3 months after that. She hit executive July of 2012. She hit silver in January of 2013. She hit gold in May of 2013. She hit platinum in February of 2014. She first hit diamond in September of 2014. She was a crown diamond in April of 2017. And it was so absolutely awesome because she hit crown diamond as she was flying to speak at one of my events. So that was a very special time for us. And then she hit Royal Crown Diamond in November of 2018, and she rocks it. She has been on the GoPro stage, she has been at convention speaking, and every single time you learn so much. So without further ado, I am very proud to introduce Royal Crown Diamond, Jolene Hay.
All right, thank you. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you guys for making the trek up here. I am so sorry we held up the show and we're late. Like, come on, Jolene, one job, show up. Anyways, the rows were fun today, okay? Yeah. Oh, well, just joking. I actually had a chance to visit some family, and I'm an Alberta girl in my heart always, even though I live in BC now, which is questionable these days, by the way. So anyways, I'm happy to be here is where I'm going with all of that stuff, right? All right, so today I'm talking to you guys on a presentation that I put together just a couple of weeks ago. This is the only second time I've ever done this one. It's just been so heavy on my heart that this is what we need to address in the world today. It's been a heavy season, right? Everything has changed. The world is not what it once was. And I think oftentimes as humans, we don't allow ourselves to really understand what's happened, and I want to help you process that today. I'm going to go through some sciencey stuff. I'm going to share some stories. I'm going to give you guys some tips and some tricks to hopefully help you walk through this season. And I'm going to ask my son Elias, because he's all sugared up now, he's in the tea station over there, I see. Elias, will you come up here, because I'm going to get you to have this out to people. We've got some cedar wood that we're going to pass around to everybody. And the reason that we're going to do this, I was reading, there's a book by Dr. David Stewart called The Chemistry of Essential Oils, Healing Oils of the Bible, or something like that. It's chemistry. It's really cool. Well, cedar wood applied to your right thumb, so put your cedar wood on your right thumb, is going to allow you to overcome emotional blocks that prevent you from understanding and learning science. So if science is a struggle for you, cedarwood on your right thumb helps to unlock that for you. So isn't that a fun little fact? Okay. All right. So I'm going to move this table over so you can get that little bit in there. Okay. So I have notes as well because I will also go all over the place here. What the enemy meant for evil, God intends for good. Okay. I don't want to say that I knew what was coming in 2020. I don't think anybody really knew what was coming. Oh, I think some people knew what was coming in 2020, but most of us didn't know what was coming in 2020, but I felt something in my soul stirring. I felt something was happening. We had spent a lot of 2019 traveling, and we had the fortune of taking our kids to Australia and New Zealand and Vanuatu. We had been traveling a fair amount. And what I was seeing happening online and back home, I was also seeing happening there. Just the conversations I was hearing, the things that were happening, the way the media was picking up on certain elements of things. Something in my soul went, this feels weird. This feels off. This feels like something is coming. I felt that the stage was being set, if it were. Looking back now, I can see what was happening. And so there's a lot more clarity now, right? Hindsight is 2020, so they say. I'm really grateful that my eyes have been opened and were opened a long time ago to a lot of corruption and that sort of thing that's happening within our world and within a lot of the traditional systems that we tend to rely on. I think that during that season and during the last, 12 years of this journey and even longer, I've been on this natural health journey, and it was having Aiden here, who, how fun was it to have my kids up here speaking today, right? But being pregnant with her really opened my eyes to children's health and the reality that a lot of the products that I was seeing on the store shelves were not necessarily safe for my kids and safe for my family. And I spent a lot of time researching and digging, and that's what brought me Young Living. And I wasn't happy with what I saw out there or how they told me I was to raise my family and what I needed to do to keep them quote unquote healthy. Because in my mind and the research that I did, that didn't equal health. And my goal was health. My goal was whole health, head to toes, in and out. I come from a very kind of holistic viewpoint on how health works. And I wasn't happy with that. So my eyes were sort of opened in that way. And as traditional homeschoolers in the fall of 2019, watching what was happening in the world, I actually put my kids back in school for a year, kind of with the understanding and thought process. This might be the last chance you guys get a chance to go to school. So let's go this year. Well, we didn't finish, right? Thanks 2020. But that time, early in 2020, I'll never forget, I think it was early in March that year, I was driving the kids to school, and I just had this weird, I don't know if it was like an actual word that hit my soul or my spirit, or if I heard it verbally, but I felt it say, this is not a battle of flesh and blood, but a spiritual battle in the heavenly realms. And I went, what the heck was that? Like, it stopped me in my tracks, and I'll never forget it. And I had no idea what was about to happen. And just a couple weeks later, like March 2020, pandemic declared, world collapses, kids, schools, businesses, everything shuts down. I found myself at that point in time knowing, okay, this is what that voice was. This is what this was preparing me for. It is for this time. But I found myself wrestling with a world that didn't make sense all of a sudden. A lot of the things that were happening just didn't feel right in my soul. I saw a lot of division, and I had seen that division start well before the pandemic was declared. As I said, the stage was set, but it ramped up, and it was happening so fast with such like velocity that nobody was left untouched by it. The fear was really palpable, and I thought that my circle would be protected from it. I was like, all right, I've spent 10 years building community, we're going to be fine. But the reality was nobody was immune from what was about to happen. And I began witnessing the breakdown of families, of friends, of core relationships, and over time it just continued to get worse and worse. But that started almost right away, right? You guys think back to that moment, can you feel it? Like, I don't want to bring you back into that, but it was there, and it was very real. This was a war that was happening, and it wasn't a war that we've seen more in the past where it was fought on a battlefield with guns and tanks and weapons. This was a war that was happening within our homes. This battlefield was in our minds. And the reality was that no matter what decisions you did or didn't make over the last couple of years, every single person has suffered trauma because of what has happened on this. And not to mention all the other trauma I'm sure all of us have had to deal with as well, right? But this is now a collective group trauma that we have to deal with. Because if you don't deal with trauma, it turns into disease, okay? So that brings me to this, mental health. So these are some stats I pulled up here. 38% of Canadians say mental health has declined due to COVID. 24% of parents say that their children's mental health has worsened because of it. And 46% of Canadians say that they feel anxious and worried because of it. Now, it could be because you feel worried about getting sick or just what's happened in your life and circumstances or whatever. It's just lessened. But I actually don't think that those statistics are accurate. I actually think it's a lot greater than that, because if I spent 10 solid years working on my mind. I dug deep. I did all of the personal development, and I was teaching, I was coaching, I was doing all those things, and it rocked me, right? It rocked so many people. And so you don't have to bring it back up. Wow. Raise that kid. Okay. Thanks, buddy. I will. That's my left thumb. Wow. Okay. Science. Okay. So I think that there are some very real forces that were at play here. powerful forces that did everything that they possibly could to divide us, to distract us, to discourage us, and disengage us from what's happening in the world. And we faced isolation, we faced job losses, we faced destructions of family and friends and community and work relationships. Lots of people lost their jobs. I actually think that there's a huge financial loss that people have gone through. The impact has been huge, and in a lot of ways the rug has been pulled out from underneath us, right? And I just want to actually ask you guys to get a little bit vulnerable here. If you would say that your mental health has gone down over the last 2 years or 3 years, would you stand up? Would you be brave enough to do that? If you say that you're not in as good of a place now mentally as you were 2 or 3 years ago, there's a lot of people, and thank you guys for being brave. I would put myself up there too. I'm standing as well. Look around though, right? Thank you. You can give yourself a round of applause. The reason I ask you to do that is not because I want you to put yourself out there and be vulnerable, but I want people to realize that you're not alone in this, because we have been in such an isolating place that we can start to tell ourselves these stories that we're alone or we're the only one that feels like this. But the reality is there's so many of us that are walking a path and a journey that's similar. And I think that when we recognize that, first off, by recognizing that we have some work that we need to do on ourselves, it helps to break that bond that keeps us stuck. And it's the first step in walking forward to healing. And so that's why I want to do that. And I want you to know that you're not alone. And in this group, we can do a lot together to really help each other. And so what the mind represses, the body remembers. So I want to talk about what trauma is, okay? So how many of you would recognize or say that you're really, really amazing and good at dealing with all of your feelings? Like maybe one or two, I got this, right? The reality is most of us are not phenomenal with dealing with feelings, especially I think as women. I know men are like, they'll tell you if they're upset, right? But women will just be like, stuff it down, it's fine, right? Or deal with it later, I can't deal with that now, I'm just gonna stuff, right? How many of you stuffers in the room? I know we've got some stuffers here. I'm fine, honey, I'm fine, everything's fine, right? We do this. But even if our conscious body or our words are saying that we're fine, your body knows if you're not fine, right? Your body is going to remember everything that we try to forget. Okay, so you can do the work, but your body's going to remember it. It remembers everything that we experience, our sounds, our sounds, the smells, the tastes, the touches. Each cell that's within us stores that information. It stores the information about our habits, our experiences, our sensations, our emotions. And as a result, a lot of the painful experiences that we have become stored within our body. We are cells. We're just like a big clump of cells, guys. We're all just a big clump of cells, right? We're all cells coming together, which is why oils work so well, actually, because they penetrate cells. They work on a cellular level, which is what we are. We are a cellular level, right? That's what we are. But trauma that gets stuck in there and unprocessed, it stays stuck, not just in our subconscious minds or our memory, but throughout our body tissues as well. And depending on the nature or the impact of the past trauma, the pain can generate within your body and turn into actual physical pain. So emotional pain becomes physical pain. This turns into things like the symptoms that we'll start to see: chronic illness, destructive behavior patterns, and those sorts of things. Even as memory, as we start to forget what's happened in the past, your body remembers. And think about this even like a car accident. If you've ever been in a car accident, you might not think about that car accident every day, but as soon as you see that vehicle pull out, it's like, ooh, everything in your body feels that moment, right? Even if you're not thinking about it, even if you're not remembering it, your body is. It's often happening in the subliminal, in the background, right? Which is why it's so important, and I cannot stress this enough, how important it is to guard your mind. Guard your mind, guard your heart. Be careful about what you're allowing to influence it. And even just like, I can't even stand to have like a TV on in the background because it's all messaging. It's all messaging. Even if you're not noticing it or you're not thinking about it or paying attention, or the radio or whatever, It's all messaging. Everything is programming, television programming, right? You catch that? That's what's happening, right? So being very aware of what's happening around you. So I used to actually think this was like quite nonsensical, actually, this whole idea of emotions. It's like, no, I'm strong, I'm tough, I need to deal with this stuff. But our emotions are not just in our head. They're not just like a feeling. Emotions are actually deeply, deeply involved in your physical as well. And so every emotion that you have is going to affect some physical part of your body. Now, when it comes to things that are like a chronic trauma where things are consistently happening to you, so a relationship pattern, an unhealthy relationship, abuse, that sort of a thing, you're going to have a similar traumatic pathway every time that happens. And your body stores it in a certain area of your body. And so there's generally some different responses that happen to different areas of our body when we're exposed to different stimuli or different experiences. And so this is why you tend to see different diseases manifest in similar ways. So, for example, chronic fatigue, which is somewhat of an unknown disease, like there's no really like known, but it's always trauma. It's always trauma. Breast cancer often comes from broken relationship within a parent. And I thought this was absolute nonsense, okay? I thought it was like, okay, it's little new agey, it's a little out there, but there's actual science behind it. And I'm gonna show you guys a couple of things right now that I want you to just pay attention to what you feel within your body, okay? And I'm gonna ask you guys, this is like the talking back and forth time, okay? So I'm gonna show you a couple of images. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a trigger warning. Have some water. But what I want you guys to do is just pay attention to what happens in your body when I show you these couple of images, okay? So first one. Okay, what do you feel in your body physically? Tight chest. Tight chest. What else do you feel? Your stomach? What's your stomach doing? It's burning. It's turning. Yeah. You're feeling it, right? So, did anything happen to you? No. Did you have a physical response to something that didn't happen to you? Yeah. Right? This is how this works. Okay, so I want to give you guys some things. I brought some tools along with me. If I could have my trusty guy come up here to hand out some more oils. Okay, I'm going to pass around Trauma Life. So if you want to bring that around to people and let them kind of put this on, or actually just smell it, and I'll try and help to erase what I just did to you. I'll get off this picture. Okay, next one. Okay, same thing. See what happens to your body. What do you feel? What do you feel physically? Yeah. Gross. What do you feel? What's your face doing right now? I just want to get away. You want to run away? Do you feel anger? Do you feel like some burning? You feel some things? Okay. What's that? The same trauma. Yeah, and that's fair. The same. I mean, these guys have made life really great for a lot of us, right? I've got some forgiveness here that we'll hand out. Jackson, do you want to come pass this one around, buddy? This is my nephew. Thanks, dude. All right, so same thing. Smell this one. See what happens. Okay, I'm not going to leave you guys here. Don't worry about that. Forgiveness, actually, this one is really helpful for feelings of betrayal, right? Distrust, repeating the past, feelings of revenge, or self-denial. So here, forgiveness is a good one for that. Okay, now what happens in your body? How do you feel? I feel happy. Lighter. You feel lighter. How do your shoulders feel? Softer. Yeah, you feel softer. Right? So you're feeling something physically, right? Again, did anything happen to you? Right? So this is just visual stimulation that you see. These are just images. Nothing has happened to you in these situations, but your body experienced actual results, right? So I think this is why it's so important for you to not diminish the effects of what's happened around you, because you didn't even have anything happen to you. Now, if you think about it, 3 years, 2.5, whatever it is, way too long of actual craziness that you had to endure. I brought this one along. This is actually one of my new favorites. And I've never used this one because I didn't like the description. Sometimes I don't like the descriptions of what Young Living writes about different products. And I'm like, that sounds like way too out there for me. Inner child. This one actually, I was doing some research. This one actually has the ability to kind of rewrite cellular DNA within your body. It's got some really fantastic essential oils in it. And so we'll pass that one around next. But it's got some really good stuff in it. So again, just helping to program. I'm going to take the traumas I put on you for the last two pictures, and then we're going to put the inner child on you, and then you're going to get like the grid programming. Okay, does that sound good? You guys up for some good programming today? Okay. Eve, do you want to come grab the All right, so I want to talk about now tissue memory, because you would see in that last picture, kind of talked about how they had, I can actually explain the picture, but they did some testing on people and had them write down where they felt different emotions come on through their body. Okay, so that's what that last one was, because there was a commonality to all of these things. So tissue memory, so these are repeated patterns that are stored within your body. This is where they tend to go. Okay, so there is a commonality. So anger generally affects the liver more than any other region or organ in your body. So this can sometimes manifest in symptoms of headaches or itchy skin conditions. You're easily irritated, you're sluggish, low energy. These are sometimes symptoms that come from. Oh, okay, that's okay. Is it good?
I'm on a birthday party, so if you guys want to move up, like this, yeah.
I thought it was coming from back here. The party's over there? Holy man, they're having fun. Absolutely. I'm so sorry. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. So anger comes out in your liver, okay? So just keep in mind that. So if you know that anger is something that you deal with, applying oils on your back, or sometimes often I've even had people who have a lot of back pain issues, and oftentimes we'll like to, as Young Living people, we like to help other people, right? And so sometimes if somebody's saying to you, my back is sore, and you do the classic like sore back things like Panaway and Copaíba and things like that, and it's not working, oftentimes it's emotional. And it's stored in the back, and the back pain is emotional. So oftentimes your liver's right here, tends to kind of get at your back. So sometimes putting oils like purification or lemon on your back can help to release that anger stored in the liver. And lo and behold, back pain gone. Has anybody experienced that ever or seen that happen? Yeah, it's cool. So try it out. So if you have back pain that's not going away, try dealing with the emotions. Yes, Carla's like, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. What else have I got here? Grief. Grief is stored in the lungs, and when prolonged can result in the tightness of chest, recurring bronchitis, asthma, pain in the chest, shoulder, back, cough, dry mouth, sore throat, hoarseness, and weight loss. Okay, so grief in the chest, in the lungs. The stomach shoulders the long-term effects of worry, weakening your digestive fire. This lowers the hydrochloric acid and production and can cause bloating, gas, and changes in bowel habits while thinning out your gut lining. Stress makes everything worse. Stress is like a whole body terrible thing for anybody, but it actually really targets your heart and your brain, leading to anxiety disorders, heart palpitations, insomnia, muscle cramps, brain fog, that sort of thing. So stress. Fear tends to live in the kidneys and can manifest as chronic adrenal fatigue, with the never-ending tired but wired kind of feelings, frequent urination, urinary tract infections, back pain, and insomnia. Okay, so that's that. So now I want to talk about the limbic system. I love how Elias brought up the limbic system. It's fun to learn about. Thanks, Betty. Okay, so I actually heard Gary Young speak one time at convention, and he got up on stage and he was talking about how he actually said the quote, 98% of disease is emotional. And that was a stat that stuck with me so much. And I actually, the more I research it, the more I see it, the more I experience it, I believe this is so true. Like, yes, absolutely, genetics come into play. And of course, there's situations that genetics are just genetics, right? Lifestyle makes a huge impact. But a lot of the I would call them lifestyle disease kind of things that kind of come on, or things like cancers or that sort of thing. A lot of that is linked to emotional stuff. He wrote in the desk reference, many doctors today are recognizing the possibility that a number of diseases are caused by emotional problems that link back to infancy or even to the womb, which to me is really interesting because actually this is something that stuck out to me when I was pregnant actually as so important. I think this is why it's so important to make sure that you're, if as somebody who wants to have babies or if you're having grandbabies or whatever, you're preparing your body well, because when you're pregnant, you actually are carrying, when you're pregnant with a little girl, you have 3 generations impacted all at once. You're carrying 3 generations within your body because a little girl is born with all of the eggs that she's ever going to carry in her lifetime. And so everything that you're exposed to during your pregnancy, whether it be environmental things or stress or different, thank you, Betty, it's all stored within the body. So this is something really important to be careful of. And this is why there's more and more research coming out about how important it is for pregnant women to not be stressed. And anybody who's ever had a baby is like, oh my gosh, my poor child, right? Don't worry, okay? I'm actually like, I don't believe in guilt when it comes to any of this kind of thing, right? I'm a total know better, do better, and we do the best that we can, right? And we have tools and grace and God for all of the other things, right? So nobody is perfect. So I don't believe in guilt, okay? I don't think that you're going to like forever damage your children, but like there's an impact, I guess, of the things that happen in our lives and what we're exposed to, right? A lot of these things are out of our control completely. So I don't believe in guilt, but these emotional problems may have compromised the immune system or genetic structuring through a process that creates the equivalent of molecular memory in key organs and structures of the body. So he said essential oils play an important role in assisting people in getting beyond these emotional barriers. The aldehydes and esters of certain essential oils are very calming and sedating to the central nervous system. These substances allow us to relax instead of letting anxiety build up in our body. Anxiety creates an acidic condition that activates the transcript enzyme that transcribes that emotion on the RNA template. RNA is the sister molecule to DNA and stores it in the DNA. So that emotion then becomes a predominant factor in our lives from then on. Effectively, what that's saying is that our emotional responses and the things that happen to us are encoded on our very DNA. And that is passed on through the womb and everything like that, okay? So life changes us, right? From a core molecular cellular level, okay? So when we have an emotional situation come up, instead of being overwhelmed by it, we can diffuse essential oils. We can put them in our bath. We can wear them as a cologne. The oil molecules absorb into the bloodstream from the nasal and the buccal cavity to the limbic system, which is our emotional control center, okay? This is actually some super cool science and actually such a neat way to be able to allow ourselves the opportunity to heal passively and to heal others passively sometimes by just using essential oils. So the limbic part of your brain doesn't respond to reason. It doesn't respond to words. You can't talk your way to your limbic system. You can't fix your limbic system by talking to it, or cognitive behavioral therapy is not going to fix that part of your brain, okay? The limbic part of your brain, so basically what happens when something happens to you, it gives the message to whatever those molecules are to what to do with that stimulus. So it might say, okay, Jolene is stressed right now. Go store that memory in your liver. And then that Jolene's memory goes and stores in the liver. And then that happens again, and there it goes again. And there it goes again, and there it goes again. So this is what's happening in the limbic part of our brain. It's the messenger. It tells it everything where to go. And so when we're inhaling an essential oil, they bypass that system. The olfactory system goes right to the limbic part of your brain. So you're actually smelling it and you're bypassing all of the like talk yourself out of healing kind of stuff too, because that's also a thing, right? And it's allowing it to just penetrate that body and start to actually work and heal and process and release. And this is oftentimes, has anybody ever experienced somebody getting angry when they smell an oil? Have you seen that happen? Or somebody's like, get that away from me, I don't want that. Like, go away with your stupid oils, like, beat it. This is oftentimes because it's starting to trigger that release in them and they might not be wanting to do that yet, right? There's something to that. So just keep loving people, but understand that it's not you. It's actually sometimes a physical release and a reaction from their body that's happening there. Okay. So we can actually use oils to outsmart the thinking part of our brain. So studies at a New York university proved that the amygdala gland, part of our limbic system, it doesn't respond to sound or sight, but only releases emotional trauma stored through the sense of smell. This is some really powerful, impactful information that we can use, because I believe that we have tools in our hands that can heal conditions. I believe that we have the most effective form of helping people known to man, and that is through our oils. And we can do this in such a beautiful, loving, kind, compassionate way without having to prescribe, without having to have all of the details. Literally, it's just like, friend, smell an oil. See what happens in your body, see what happens in your brain. Our bodies were designed for smell. If you think back to the very first man and woman, they started where? In a garden, right? And what do gardens tend to have? Flowers, plants, right? Do you think that those plants likely had a smell to them, right? So we were given aromatics from the get-go, and it's the oldest form of medicine that we have. And because it was created by a creator, it's perfect. It's perfect. We don't have to add anything. We don't have to take anything away. And thank goodness for Native Living, because they do such a good job of maintaining that divine purity within it. It's God's gift to us that we can use to help the nations. So this is us being able to outsmart the thinking part of the brain. It's just by inhaling an essential oil, you're doing a powerful work. So don't ever, I know sometimes often I'm really bad for this, like in the rush of life, it's just like get the oils on, put them on, and you forget to actually take the time and breathe them in. And so I find that when I'm creating a habit of making sure that I get up in the morning and I'm putting the diffusers on and I'm taking the time to smell it, or when you put an oil on, to stop and breathe it in and smell it, you're doing a very huge service to your body. And I notice a difference when I take that time to take care of myself, to take care of my home, get that going. You start to feel better, okay? So does forgiveness come in a bottle? This is something I get, like as a Christian too, people are like, I don't like Young Living, I can't use it because like forgiveness doesn't come in a bottle. Yes, you're right. You are not going to get forgiveness from a bottle. But what this will help you to do is process your emotions so that you can work on that. There absolutely is always, always, always work that you can do and you have to do on your mind, on your heart, and in your world, okay? So you're not just going to get forgiveness from a bottle, you have to do the work too, okay? So that is one thing I wanted to do that. Remember that these are tools. These are tools that we have. They are not everything. They are not God. They will not replace God, but they are tools that we can use to love each other, take care of our families and our homes and our communities. So some awesome emotional blends that we have. Young Living has tons of different oils that we can choose from. Honestly, I just picked a few that I thought were really relevant to this season in life and what we've cumulatively gone through, okay? And so you can see on here that there's a number of different emotions tied to specific oils, okay? So this comes from Dr. Carolyn Meakin, Releasing Emotional Patterns with Essential Oils. It's a really phenomenal resource that allows you to help understand what oils you can use for different feelings that you have or emotions that you're having. So peace and calming. This is one I added on here, because it was just put into a starter kit again. Thank goodness, because I love this oil and I've started pulling it out again. It actually came in my starter kit like way back in 2012. And I forgot how much I actually love this oil. So I've been pulling it out and using it again. And the other day I was just having one of those days where it's like, oh, I just feel it's probably PMS, all those fun stuff. But like just feeling all of the feelings and everything is just like, oh, over here. And it's like, I put the peace and calming on, I put it in my son's diffuser, and we're both just like, I feel chill now, right? It's like your body is responding and it's relaxing, right? So remembering to use them. So I'm really glad that that one's coming back as a really amazing tool that we can offer people easily to get started. Highest potential. This is one that Gary always had in his pocket. You could smell him coming because he smelled highest potential. This one works on feelings of powerless Annoyance, or if you have that get even feeling, like you just want to get even, highest potential is a good one to work on that. Transformation, I love the smell of transformation. It's a beautiful oil. It comes with the feelings of I can't, like you can't, transformation, commitment, limitations, stagnation, being trapped, heartbreak, or if you have the feeling like, what's the use? Why bother, right? So transformation is a good one for that. Release is a really powerful liver support oil, again. So this works to help release the stuff from your liver. A lot of stuff is held there. So fear of success, holding back, loss of identity. How many people have had their world so shooken up over the last couple of years, you don't even know who you are anymore, right? This is, you're not alone. You are not alone, right? Loss of identity, you can help to release that. Love being conditional, so having relationships or feeling like that love is conditional or tied to achievement or performance or whatever it is, that condition that you set on that, it can help release that. Rebellion, maybe me a little bit in there. Rebellion, wrong. Trauma life is another really powerful oil, and I would caution if you have undergone severe trauma in your life, this one can be evoke some very intense emotions on people. So again, just breathe it in, take it slow, drink lots of water, allow your body to facilitate the process, find a safe person. Safe people are good. We like people, we like community, we like each other. Find a friend in here, like help you walk through this stuff. Trauma life is really powerful. It's your fear oil. And so all of the fear from the last few years, no matter if you were over here or you were over here, fear was everywhere. Everybody faced it. It helps to release that. Exploited, feeling of being exploited, panic, those are all trauma life. And valor. Valor's like, I love valor. I will love valor till the end of time. Any other like major valor fans? Yes. Yeah, Elias, valor fan. I love valor. It's one of my absolute favorites all time. Never go without oils. Not only is it amazing for like bumps and bruises and neck stiffness and everything, but it's a very powerful emotional oil as well. So that one, inability to cope, feeling like you're losing a battle, being persecuted, withdrawn, fear of conflict, defensiveness, aggression, all of those are different feelings that valor helps to work through. Okay, then Young Living has a bunch of powerhouse single oils as well. Frankincense. I oftentimes I find if I need a reset, frankincense, I will take like a bottle and I will just like literally sit there and like maybe sometimes take the stopper out. I just like, it will change you. There's a reason it was given to Jesus. Frankincense is the king of oils for a very good reason. It's very high in sesquiterpenes, which is a very powerful brain oil and helps to, again, rewrite that cellular DNA that we need to reprogram because we want to program it right? And so when you're doing this sort of thing, I want to caution you, like, don't sit in your trauma zone where all of the bad stuff has been happening to you and your TV is playing and somebody's yelling in the other room and then you're just like breathing in because you're also programming that, right? Find a safe space, create a safe space, and start really working on taking these oils in, breathing them in, and programming your body with the right things, right? Listening to worship music, or for me, I'll have scripture reading while I'm like inhaling things, and it's helping to write the right kinds of coding into your DNA, okay? I'm a tree oil girl. Anybody else love tree oils? Yes, they're my favorites, right? I'm like I live in the mountains, I live in the trees, it's my favorite place in the entire world. So all of the tree oils, balsam fir, they help to release any emotional blocks that we have within our bodies. And so again, bringing that up. And the first time I actually did a harvest, Sue was at the harvest. Mom, do you guys remember all the crying that happened at that first harvest? Yeah, and you were, well, you've seen that too. But that very first one, I knew that that the tree oils did this to people, but I didn't tell anybody else that they did. And so I was just kind of like taking a back seat and I'm like, I wonder what's going to happen when everybody sits in those like blue spruce hot tubs. And there was a lot of stuff that came out, and it does. And I mean, it's good, right? I don't believe that that stuff should live in your body. I think it's healthy to release that stuff, right? So all of the tree oils. And by the way, did you guys notice that Young Living Canada is giving away the Northern Lights collection this month, which includes like the white spruce, which we made? Yeah. It's a phenomenal collection and a really great value. So that's a 400 PV promo this month. So all of the oils, fantastic stuff. And again, lemon, like I think oftentimes you kind of write off some of these these oils that are used all the time for how powerful they actually are. Lemon is a really powerful oil emotionally, and it's a very, very cost-effective oil to use. And so throwing that in your diffuser, it's very, very uplifting, very joy-inspiring, and just a really all-around great oil to be using too. Young Living also, because Gary was so passionate about the idea of emotional health and all of these things tied to it as well, they formulated a couple of kits that make it really easy to kind of process the stuff. So the first one is the Feelings Kit. All of these ones are available to Canadians through NFR ordering, which don't ever be afraid to order from that side of the market, you guys. There's so much good stuff there. It's the same price as it would be if you came into Canada. You could go month 1 in Canada, month 2 in the US. Don't be afraid to order from there. There's so much good stuff there, okay? But the Feelings collection is there. We can't buy them all individually in Canada, but the kit itself is US. And then these 2 other collections called Freedom Sleep and Freedom Release. Now these ones are actually 2 protocols, and it comes with a 30-day protocol for each collection. The first one being sleep, because this is kind of like, I would say, if you've gone through some pretty severe trauma, these are a really great place to go. But they're intense, and it's a 30-day protocol of intensity, right? First one is Freedom Sleep, because if you're not sleeping, you're not healing. Healing comes through regeneration, through sleep. It's so important. And a lot of times when you've gone through a lot of trauma, you're not sleeping, right? Or if you're noticing you're in a really stressed situation or state, you're not sleeping. Like sleep is the first thing that tends to go. So this is a protocol designed to help you get back into a really good, healthy sleep pattern. And then the second part is the Freedom Release. And this is where the really good, hard work comes through. And again, with any of these things, you guys, don't just be like smelling oils and think it's just going to do everything, okay? You have to do the work with it. Like I love that Shelley brought up, bringing up the prayer journal and the gratitude journal. Those are the kinds of, again, reprogramming your brain with the right kinds of things, taking those thoughts captive and putting your focus where it needs to go, because what you focus on is going to expand. If we're always focusing and thinking about the trauma and the things that are going wrong, that's what's always going to be coming up, right? And you're constantly putting that into your body. So thinking about those good things. So doing those 2 kits together can help work through that as well. And then again, you want to treat this stuff with emotional support too, right? It is really important to give our bodies really good fuel and the vitamins, the proper vitamins. Oftentimes, like some pretty intense emotional stuff can happen to us, things like anxiety, depression, and things like that, because we're not nutritionally where we need to be. We don't have the proper B vitamins, and just we're offset, and our bodies are not going to, going all over the place. They're not going to be able to heal as well as they could if we had the proper nutrition. So give yourself the best leg up that you can by making sure your body is supported nutritionally. My number one, like ride or die, I will never live life without it. If there's only one thing I could ever have when I'm living, it's easily Ningxia for me. Easily Ningxia. Anybody else? Like Ningxia? If you've never drank Ningxia, I highly encourage you, try it for 30 days, drink like 2 to 4 ounces a day, 2 to 4 ounces a day, and just see what your body does after that 30 days. It's phenomenal, but there's a lot of research. Young Living in the States has found research that has seen it significantly reduced daily stress by 23%, improved mental well-being. We've done 30-day challenges with our team as well, where we had people kind of weigh in on a number of different categories before and after to see what changed. And across the board, mental health went way up, okay? Life 9 I want to talk about, because your gut is your second brain. So a lot of serotonin things are produced in your gut. And so if that's imbalanced, which most of us are in some way, because hello environment, hello crappy foods, hello poor food choices, hello seed oils, all of the things that are doing havoc on our gut, we just need to kind of repopulate it with good, healthy stuff. So things like Essential Zymes is another great one. But Life 9, this is your good gut flora coming back in to give your body a really good boost. And there's lots of research behind probiotics and brain and mental stuff as well, okay? And then Super B. Super B is another really amazing supplement Young Living has. It's super cost effective, one of the cheapest supplements that we have, and very quick, you'll notice results on Super B. It's one that doesn't take a lot of time to build up, but your body will respond quite quickly to it. Oftentimes we are really low in our B vitamins. This is a really good complex B vitamin. Fantastic. It has nutmeg oil in it, which is good adrenal support, which, hello, adrenals, everybody's feeling the adrenal crush these days, right? If you're not familiar with what your adrenal glands do in your body, this is your fight or flight response. So if you're constantly stressed, your adrenals are fire, your adrenaline is woo, and then all of a sudden it's crash. And then this is you crashing. And so I actually think the statistics of especially women and adrenal issues, well, even like 5 years ago, it was massively misdiagnosed that a lot of depression, anxiety is actually adrenal fatigue. And so I'm sure now it's like 3 times the statistics of what it was then, right? It's a lot. So Super B is a really good one that helps with that. And so stick with those guys. So those are your good basic nutrition. And then you want to support further healing in your body. Again, I don't think that you can just magically smell oils and you're going to be completely healed, right? They will help you. They absolutely will help you, but you need to do other things too, and you should, right? I've never arrived at the place I want to be in my life. There's always things that I could be doing to make it better, grow as a person. And these are some really cool things that you can do. Some of them, most of them, a lot of them free. Spending time in nature, exercising, grounding, make sure your feet are hitting the ground, maybe not today because it's not so lovely out there, it's a little cool. But there's even grounding mats that you can get. I mean, like we're in a electrified zone all of the time, right? And so that grounding is so important to help our bodies get that out and just kind of relax, right? Gardening, renewing your mind. For me, this is focusing on scripture, putting the good into your body, meditating, prayers, working on forgiveness, because let me tell you, forgiveness, if you're not forgiving other people, you're just holding that bitterness in your heart, and that's going to just make everything worse. So if you don't need to forgive, and I think we all do, Justin, forgiveness is something that we could all be working on, okay? Acupressure, Carla's going to talk about acupressure later, and those are give us some really cool tips that we can use with that. I have a mat I use at home to lay on, massage, there's additional beneficial therapies you can do there. Set healthy boundaries, this is really key. I actually heard an analogy the other day about how some people have like left our table the last year, or we've been asked to leave the table. We're no longer welcome at certain tables sometimes, and there's been division obviously in families and relationships and everything like that, which is hard, but leaving that space at that table leaves room for somebody else, right? And so maybe we're not designed to sit there because it wasn't a healthy place for us. So if we can change our mindset to think, okay, maybe that unhealthy relationship that was so special, maybe it'll come back, maybe it won't, but maybe it's not meant to right now, and maybe it's for a good reason, right? And so to focus on what we can do and fill our circle, like you're gonna meet amazing people. I encourage everybody today to go and introduce yourself to somebody that you've never met here, because I promise you within this room, you're gonna find the kindest, most loving, caring, compassionate people, and ask, like just share their story, ask them to share their story, because you're gonna hear something phenomenal, you're gonna learn something. Find good people, seek help if you need to, find somebody that can help you through it. Talk it out, journal, get together. There's power in being with people. I think some of the worst things you could do is further isolate yourself when you're feeling in such an emotionally terrible state. Find somebody, reach out. We're meant to be heart to heart, and I love that Shelley mentioned that earlier. Like, we're meant to be here together today. We're meant to be connected. I think that's been one of the saddest things that's happened over the last few years. It's just that the falling away of community. We're electric beings. Our emotions come together, our hearts come together, and we're meant to be together. And so I think that's a really important thing to focus on. And then finding your purpose. If, like, for some people, maybe their worlds got rocked the last few years, they don't even know what they're doing anymore. I have to tell you, like, when I went back to the farm with my friends a couple weeks ago, it just reminded me who I am and why I'm here. And Young Living has brought so much purpose and love and goodness into my life. And I could talk about that forever and ever and ever. They bring the best people together because we're united by a purpose. I don't think that you can, I think if you smell it, Young Living oil and you hate it, you're not our people. Like, it's just, obviously you're not our people, but you can be here. But There's something in it that just unites us, and I think it brings the good. I think it brings the good out of people. It brings the good people together. And I've seen Young Living in the last couple of months. Maybe you guys have seen it too. Like, there's some really nasty things that people are trying to say, and it's like, have you been to a farm? Have you seen what's happening? Have you connected with people? And the internet is weird. The interwebs, it's really weird out there. I just think that stuff is so silly. There's so much stuff out there that is just, I don't know. I think that anytime that there's something good that's happening, there's going to be a darkness that's trying to take it down. And I'm always believing that when I'm feeling that extra pressure, and I've seen it in my business in the past too, when I felt the most pressure, when I felt the most darkness, it's because something really amazing was on the other side. And I consider ourselves healers and light bringers and just like message bearers, and we are all of the good things. And there is a very real enemy that we have that does not want that brought to the world, that does not want healing brought to the world. And I believe that that's what we have. And so stick with that, find that, hold that in you, because I think that we have such a beautiful thing to offer. And that kind of leaves me here. Again, sometimes we often wonder, like, well, why do I need to worry about myself? Why does this trauma stuff matter? Because people are watching us, and we can't tell our kids to be healthy and do things and not do it ourselves, because they do what we do, not what we say, right? And so for me, having my kids watch me and see what we do, and you know, try to be as authentic as I can, and I'm sure Aiden would be the first one to call out, Mom, you didn't mean this, whatever. Anyway, grace, right? But they're watching, right? And so if you're not focusing on healing for you, why would they take care of themselves? If you won't take care of you, why would they take care of themselves? And so when they're going to do what you do, so take care of you, because if you want your kids to take care of them, because you know their value, you want them to see their value, you have to take care of you, because they're going to automatically start to take care of them too. And then they're going to take care of other people. It's just how this thing works. Okay. So put your oxygen mask on first. It's been really cool to see my kids up here today, and I don't know, it's heartwarming. And oftentimes I think that you think that they're not listening. They're always listening, good and the bad. But it's neat to watch that kind of stuff come in and take hold of their lives. And when I started on this journey, it was because of them. It was because I wanted a better future for my children. I wanted them to grow up doing things differently than I did growing up, because I didn't know better. And it's really neat for them to be able to learn this kind of stuff at such a young age, because I know it impacts a generation. And so I just want to encourage you with that. So I think we all have a choice to make here. We can either forge ahead, kind of holding on to a lot of the trauma and a lot of the things that have happened to us. We can hold on to the anger and the hurt. And a lot of it, I'm not saying it's not justified, right? I'm not saying the things that have happened, you don't have a right to be angry about or to be frustrated about. A lot of really terrible things have happened. And what I would just say with that is that, who is it serving? Who is it serving to hold on to these feelings of anger and unforgiveness and bitterness and all of that, right? So we can make a choice today here to work on releasing that, bettering ourselves so that we can better our world. Because if we're all dark, if we're all fighting, if we're feeding into that, that's the kind of world we're going to live in and create for our kids to live in. And so if we want better, we have to be better, and it starts with us, and it starts with the healing that we do ourselves and that we offer the world. And so I hope that this encourages you guys today. I believe that we can lock arms together. We can hold each other up. We can commit to moving forward, and we can be part of a movement that creates hope and healing, rooted in love and truth and compassion. And that unity together here is the way forward. So thank you guys for being here today. I just thank you.
Let's give her all another round of applause. And so I've seen what Jolene does when she gets ready to speak and spends a long time getting things ready. So Thank you for your commitment to us and all that you've done for me. So we are gonna do a little bit of a flip here. Okay. Shalene, can I get you to do me a favor and put Heather up next? Okay, just one second. You guys want to go for a quick pee break? Yeah. Sounds good. Go for it. Yeah, we'll do surprises and we'll find you. Okay. Who's our first winner? Chicken dinner. Yes, turn the drag. Carrie's always giving away things, so it's nice to see her winning something. Okay, and we're gonna come around and collect the orders for supper. Is everybody, if you guys could get us your cheat sheets, that would be awesome. We'll give you a couple minutes. Okay. Okay, Sue, you just won. Angie, where's Angie? This is so good to see them winning stuff. It's awesome. Okay, who's next? Okie dokie. Pamela Jackson. We've got so many prizes, we're just gonna hand them up here. Okay, am I gonna say this wrong? Elena Spatter? Oh, that's awesome. That's so good. Right over there. All right, who's next? I swear we have enough prizes, everybody's gonna win, so. Just wait. Meakin Chamzuk, I'll pick for him. What should we do? Okay, got a rutabaga. Okay, now next. The next winner is Heather Dahl. Yay! This is so fun. It's like doing big fireworks in here. This is so cool. I wish you guys could see it. But okay, who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Oh, Carrie Miller. Where is she? She just left. Okay, you know what? Why don't you come up, grab it? You pick for her. Okay, who is next?
Thank you.
I need to do this faster, 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 faster. Okay, the next winner is Colleen Zimmerman. Yep, she's here. Okay. All right, and the next one is Jenna Bikewrights. Yay, she's the one that's got the most well-behaved baby ever. Oh, Jackson, oh, right on, you gonna pick something for mom? And then you get to keep it, right? Oh, perfect. Okay, the next one is Donna Booten. Donna actually won you won the big prize last time, didn't you? Yeah. Okay, and the next winner is Jolene Hay. This is so good to see you guys winning stuff. These are the ones that are always giving stuff away. All right, and the next winner is Donna Winkler. I'm saying that wrong. Yeah, no, Donna Winkler. Okay. Julia Curtis. Is Julia here? Sorry. Julia, perfect. Congratulations. We'll do a few more until people are all sitting down. Okay, next, Karen Mast. Okay. Next is Margaret. Perfect. Okay, and next is over here. Okay. Okay, Colleen Miller, your guest gets to pick something, so you can pick who comes up and gets them. Okay. Joanne Rimmer. Is everybody's orders in? No? Okay, okay. Christy Cross. You get to pick a prize. I put beverages down too. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, so it goes to your guest. Okay, Julia Curtis. And if you guys get called up again, it's because it's for your guest. Maybe not. What's that? Drinks, yeah. Yeah. Can you add a screwdriver to mine? Double? Oh, right on. Alexis Boris, and she had to go to work. She's a aide. Sorry, I had it was caught. Okay. All right. I will tell her, she'll love that. Okay, next one is sorry guys. And what I did there. Okay. The next one is Charnel Cookie. That's awesome. So there is a grand prize that's coming. So either you don't want to get this now or they're all amazing gifts. But anyway, Lisa Hyde, you are next. And if you notice that everybody's back, we'll start again. I'll just stop giving prizes away. Lori Kluche. Donna Marshall. Yeah. Okay, this will be the last one. I'm told by the boss that everybody's back. Nicole Valentine. Is that not the nicest name ever? Nicole Valentine. She's in the bathroom? Does somebody, okay. Okay, perfect. Give you that. All right. Next, I am so excited that this speaker agreed to come all the way up in the storm to speak for us. Longtime friend of mine. I've always been a big fan, kind of like big fan. I think she probably is creeped out by some of this shit that's happening to her. But anyway, Heather is a mom, a wife, and a diamond leader with Young Living. She sprinted up the mountain. I'll remember this. It seemed like Heather Dahl has just enrolled, and Heather Dahl is now a diamond. It just went, like, it was amazing. She achieved the rank of silver with Young Living after 41 days, starting and a short 19 months after she became a diamond. Heather has been with YL for 10 years and believes deeply in the products and the community, and she blesses us so much. She used to put on all the events, and I used to watch her, and I'm like, I want to do that. And now look at me. I love it. She lives in Red Deer with her handsome husband, Wade, and their beautiful children. So, without further ado, here's Heather Dahl.
All right, so today we are going to talk about money. Money, 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 money. Does that make you feel uncomfortable? I like money. Right, see? I like you. You're my person. Sure. Thank you. Oh, thanks. So sometimes when you talk about money, that makes people feel uncomfortable. But do we not need money to eat? Do we not need money to provide things for our children? Do we not need money to pay for our rent or our mortgage? Yes. So we're going to dive into that and just try to see how this should not make you feel uncomfortable. So, do your friends or family pay your bills?
Yes. Yes.
He's right. Well, you're lucky.
Yes.
But not normal. So, let's start with this. I'm in St. Albert. I live in Red Deer. I don't know any restaurants in St. Albert. Do you have a favorite? Is anyone here from St. Albert? Do you have a favorite restaurant here? What?
Healthy, something with healthy choices, I guess.
Okay.
So fresh, cook fresh, that's what I do.
Okay. And how about you? What's your favorite restaurant? The Glass House. Okay. So if I take 30 people to that restaurant tonight for dinner, are they going to pay me a commission? Or are they going to say thank you? Probably not. They may not. So why are we so freaked out and creeped out to say, I love Thieves Household Cleaner, you should try it? Because if somebody says to me, I really like your hair, where'd you get it done? And I tell them where I get my hair done, and they go to that hairdresser, I'm just selling that. Like, I'm just helping that hairdresser. What is the difference between that and saying Thieves Rocks or get your face stuff here or whatever? So we've got to change that mindset. But Young Living is really, really, really helping with this as well. All right. Now let's have a look. So with Young Living, they've changed some of the compensation plan, which we're gonna go through. But do you know 2 people that you can help? That's really all you need to know right now. If you're helping 2 people a month, you are going to advance yourself. You're going to give yourself a little extra money. And who couldn't use a little extra money right now? You can use that little extra money to pay for your oils. You could use that little extra money to pay for your utility bills. You could use that little extra money to put gas in your car, because gas isn't cheap. But we're going to kind of go through that and just kind of show you. All right. First of all, let's get over the myths. It's a pyramid scheme. That's what people will tell you, right? When you talk about this as a multi-level marketing business. Well, I used to be an employee and I used to own a company. I was the only one that could make that money as an owner of that business. Nobody else is going to make more than me. That kind of looks like a pyramid to me. Where in this business, I can pass anyone in my organization if I so desire. That person above me isn't always going to be at the top. That doesn't look like a pyramid scheme to me. I don't have a ton of friends. You don't need a ton of friends. It's not about who you know, it's about who they know. I'm not an extrovert. Oh, I'm like a situational extrovert. I really do like to sit at home on my couch, but you know, you gotta get out once in a while. I don't know how to sell anything. I honestly don't believe I sell things right now. I just share. I don't have a stock of products at my home where people come and buy them. They get them from their own account. It's no different than shopping on Amazon. It's no different than shopping online. I don't have time to build a network marketing business. Do you guys have an extra 30 to 60 minutes a day where maybe you could skip the Netflix binging and maybe just do something on your business, which would create money? Just an idea. There's ways to find time. I don't have a special degree. Well, let me tell you, when I started with this company 10 years ago, I didn't know squat about squat. When that lady put that liquid on my shoulder and my neck, telling me it was going to help me, and it did at a trade show, that's a whole other story. But when I went back to ask her what it was, and she said it was an essential oil, I thought she was crazy, because you cook with oils, you don't put oils on your skin, don't be dumb. That's how little I knew. But yet I grew this business because I think it was the lack of what I do. It was because of every time something would work for me, an oil would work for me, or a product would work for me, I had all this enthusiasm, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that is how I moved my business along. It wasn't about what I knew. It was about how those products affected me and helped my family. I'll have to learn everything about the products before I can start sharing. I can tell you right now, I learn something every single day. Every single day. I knew, like I said, I knew absolutely nothing about nothing. When this woman told me that she put deep relief on my neck and that it had peppermint in it, I really looked at her like she was from Mars or somewhere, because peppermint is a leaf. How did you get that to be a liquid? That doesn't make sense. Like, that's really how little I knew. So no, you don't have to know everything. A get rich quick scheme. No, it's not. It's about caring and sharing and just putting that love and kindness out there, and your business will grow. So let's talk about why you would want to build this as a business. Now, this business is willable. So if something tragic happens to you, you are able to will this to your family. This is not going to be lost. You have a very flexible schedule. The world is falling apart. Between 20, whatever. We actually took the whole winter off. My daughter, we homeschooled her, which was the best year ever, and we spent the whole winter in Arizona. How great was that? That was such a great time. But that's where it's really flexible. You can work from anywhere. I love to say you can holiday where you work and work where you holiday. You don't have to differentiate. I remember being that employee, getting those 2 to 3 weeks holidays, scrambling and getting that holiday in, and then getting back to work, and then your mound of work is like this. It's just not the way it is anymore. You can have true financial freedom. This is all about the work that you put into it. That's what you're going to get out of it. It's no better time than now, especially with what Young Living has given us in the change in the compensation. We have job security because it is what you put into it. Nobody is going to tell you, I'm sorry, you don't have a job tomorrow. They're not going to do that. It's about you keep sharing. Relationships. Jolene talked about this a lot too. I can't imagine my world right now without this community. I've been through a ton of health issues, and I'd be lost, especially without Carla. Just saying. It's a very, very rewarding life for sure. So the Young Living business model, yes, we are a network marketing company. Be proud of that. We are the network marketers. Young Living is paying us to get out to tell people about the products as opposed to advertising. That's really the biggest difference. They're using us to advertise. Now, how do you make money? This is so simple. All you do is you enroll others, you get them on essential rewards, and you teach them how to enroll. That's called duplication. That's it. That's what this is about. It's about sharing. What's required? Well, you need a membership. And that's no different than Costco, except Costco, you're paying for that membership. This membership is free. You're going to spend, I don't know how you do that, 100 per PV a month. I'm a little more than that. But you're a product of the product. There are so many aisles in stores and malls or whatever that I don't even have to go down anymore. And if I do go down them, I gotta hold my breath. But there's so many things that I don't need to buy outside anymore because I'm buying them from my own account. Like you do wash your hair, right? Right? So you can get that from your account. You do wash your floors, I'm hoping. You can get that from your account. All right, so Young Living has come along with a new program that it's simple, it's worth it, it's part of the system, and it's permanent and it's sustainable. And I really believe that they have looked back on these last couple of years and know that we have suffered a lot financially. They know that we need help in this economy, and I really believe that's why they've done what they've done. So they've changed a few things with the enrollment process. Anyway, we'll move on. We've got a transition to loyalty rewards. In our first 90 days of you signing up somebody, there is huge incentives and rewards. And that's what we're going to go through as well. We also have 2 enrollment bundles. Now, I want you to keep in mind this one on the left, the Thieves, the Pretty Thieves bottle. It's not Canada yet, but it's coming. It's coming. The second kit is in Canada now, and it's beautiful because it does have the vanilla and, like Jolene said, stress away, or peace of calming. Both stress away and peace of calming. So we have that kit. So it's just oils, and then this Thieves one will be coming to Canada soon. But it's a nice price point. It's 165 Canadian. Now there is no diffuser with it, like the Premium Starter Bundle has a diffuser, but don't worry. You will get one in a minute. This is just kind of what's included in those bundles. But here is the great thing. When you go on Essential Rewards, on your second month, you will get a free diffuser. So yes, that bundle didn't come with a diffuser, but you can get one. Now, what is Essential Rewards? Some of you might be new in here. Essential Rewards is basically a loyalty program. For your first month 1 to 3, you're gonna get 10% back. Every dollar you spend, you get 10% back that you can spend on anything you want. It's like points. No different than Costco. I'm gonna go back to Costco. When you spend money at Costco, you get 2% back. Plus, you pay for this membership. Young Living, on month 4, you get 20% back. So every time you spend $1, you're getting 20% points back. You can take those points, spend them on anything you want, like Ninja. You can actually shop on the NFR side, which is the US side, and use those points. So you're not paying that money. It's up to you how you use them. But again, you're gonna get this free diffuser on the second month. And with the Essential Rewards, also you get reduced shipping costs. So Essential Rewards is a great one. And you have the ability to change what is on that account, like on your order every single month. You can also change the date if you want. So you are in control of that order. It's not like those orders that used to come all the time and you couldn't stop them. I think we've all joined one of those before. That's not what this is. And you can get off of it at any time. There is no contract. Just be sure to cash in those free points first before you cancel it. I don't know why you cancel it, but you may have to. I don't know. All right, so now let's talk about the Fast Start bonus. So when you are sharing with people, and let's say you share with others and you sign them up. In the past, we were getting 25% commission on the first month. And they had a cap though. You were only getting 200. So if you sold them 1,000 PV, you didn't get that full amount. You only got up to 200. And then the second level was getting 10%. But for the first 3 months, you were getting 25% bonus. Now, Young Living just changed this. Now it's 50%. 50% commission. So when you sign somebody up for the first month, so you sign them up in the month of November and they purchase products in the month of November, you are being paid 50% commission on that first month. The second month, 25% commission. Third month, 25% commission. Fourth month, it goes to unilevel. So you can see how you can really build up money in your bank account by sharing with people. And it's really just sharing with people. Products that we love and care about. All right, so now let's think about you're going to share with people either that new kit that I just showed you with the oils. So that's $165 that you would share with somebody, sell somebody that. or you sell them a premium starter kit that comes with the diffuser, whatever, or you just sell the products, doesn't matter. But let's talk about the premium starter bundles. You are going to get a start living bonus of $25. Now this is USD and I'll explain that in a second. The fast start bonus is 50% commission. So that is $64.50. If you are in, hold on, that was wrong. When you sell with the kit, you're going to get $96.75 Canadian. Let's go with that. The reason they've got the US in here because they talk about the US dollars, but they pay us because we're Canadians, they pay us 29% more because of the exchange. So thank you, US, or thank you, Young Living. So it just takes two to help pay for your kit too. Let's say you start up today and you want to have your kit paid for. It just takes you sharing with two people to have your kit paid for. As easy as that. So again, just to make it really big for you, just to show you what you could make every time you sell a premium starter kit, is $96.75. You enroll one, you enroll two, you make $193. You enroll three, you make $290. How about enrolling 5 people in 1 month? $483.75. Who could not use that kind of money? I mean, enrolling 10 is a lot too, but it has happened. So what do you think about all of that? Woo-hoo, right? Who doesn't need money? Like, don't be scared to say the word money. You need money to live. Right. Okay. And I think, yeah, that was it. I am a fast one because I'm going to hit the ball. And I know Carla's next, and I know you guys all want to hear Carla. So go out and share, make yourself a little extra income. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't be afraid. All right. Thank you, everybody. All right, thank you. I am always the one that actually, we had a event here. It was in a smaller room, and I decided that I knew that the business plan, and I was going to get up and explain it. And I think my brother was there that time, and he said for me to stop. It was bad. So, okay, oops. Okay, I see people waving at me. Is somebody wanting to, I don't have my glasses on. The big one, we're gonna probably do it, how long? It's about 45 minutes. But if you win it and you're gone, we will make sure that you get it, okay? All right, so this woman doesn't even need any introduction, but I will tell you, because I wanted to get the stats on all the diamonds that were here today. And so Carla Green, her and her husband Bill live in Rocky Mountain House. They ran a very successful business for many years. I had heard when I first got into Young Living that it was at least a year wait to get in to see Carla. And through the grace of God, I was able to get in and see her eventually. And she has helped me so much in my life. Physically, emotionally, and even in my business. So and she's Adam Green's mom, and everybody knows Adam Green, right? She was a senior star in 2005, a silver in 2007. She a gold just after that, and then she kind of stayed at gold for a while. Platinum in January of 2013, diamond in March of 13. Okay, I didn't even actually let that hit my brain. That's within a couple months. And crown diamond in March of 2018, and I think my other sheet's gone. When did you hit Royal Crown Diamond? Yeah. Right after that, just months later, she became a Royal Crown Diamond. We are so blessed to have her speak here today. So please, everybody, give her a really warm welcome so that she'll come back someday.
Well, I finally made it. I think this is the 4th or 5th time that Shelley has asked me to come speak. And I was usually in British Columbia with my grandchildren, so I had the best excuse ever. So anyway, I am excited to be here. Figure out my clicker works. I am going to teach you here all about acupressure and essential oils and how you can use that to support your immune system. Our immune system is one of our most important systems, and over the past 2 years, we've really come to understand and realize how important it is. And there are so many things that you can do to help support it and to help it to work better. Our bodies are designed to do the optimal function. We just get in the way of it with toxins, with emotions, like Jalene's great talk on emotions, but there's so much that we can do to sort of clear the path so that our bodies can work optimally. So I know that if you're like me, you like to take a lot of notes. I will give you a link on the last slide that you can take a picture of that has a recording of a similar presentation to this one, and it's got a downloadable handout with pictures of all the acupuncture points and instructions on how to use it. So if you want to just sit back, it's been a fun afternoon, and just listen, you're welcome to do that. So acupuncture and acupressure completely changed my life many, many years ago, 33 years ago, when I studied it and took it into my home and my clinical practice. It transformed my life in the most amazing ways. This modality has been around for over 2,000 years. It is a method of stimulating your body to activate its own self-healing regulatory mechanisms. And these meridian pathways are where the vital chi or the energy flows. Now, how do you do acupressure? So what we're going to do is teach you how to do it. I'm going to be teaching you 8 acupuncture points today, and depending on where they're located, you can actually sit and acupressure them while I'm talking. And when you do that, by the end of the talk, you may actually feel a shift in your body already. So acupressure is literally just placing your thumb or finger or some other blunt object over the acupuncture point. You're going to do a deep, firm pressure, so we can practice on your thumb and the space between your thumb and your index finger. So you're going to put your thumb there and do a nice, deep, firm pressure. It's going to hurt. That one is a very tender spot, so don't push too hard. Hold it for about 4 or 5 seconds, and then release it just slightly. And then press again, 4 or 5 seconds, and you just sit there and keep doing that. Now, on that first point, that is one of the most master points for pain anywhere in the body. So if you're feeling any pain right now, write down on your piece of paper, back pain 5 out of 10, or something, so that you can refer back to it later, because then you'll be able to see the difference. Now, you can treat yourself. It's very, very effective to treat yourself. If you have the ability for somebody else to do acupressure on you, or you to do acupressure on someone else, it amplifies the effect. Because if you're needing to have treatment, your energy is probably a bit down and there's something going on in your body. And if someone else does the acupressure on you, then you're getting their energy in with your energy field, and that's going to just make it all that much better. That whole community thing, we're better together. All right, so I'm sure some of you are going, well, really, Carla, this acupressure, how the heck, does that really do anything? Like, really? So I'm going to tell you a very personal story about my oldest, Kyle, who in 1988, when he was 2.5 years old, he developed an immune disorder called ITP, idiopathic thrombocytopenia purpura, which is why we use short forms. It is a disease where your spleen destroys its own platelets, and you can bleed to death. So when we discovered that he had this, we were told that we had to rush him to Edmonton to the pediatric hematologist. We couldn't be in an accident on the way there because he would die, because he had a platelet count of 7, which meant his blood would not clot. So we get there and we get through all the testing. Remember, guys, this is way before internet, all that other stuff. So where is Carla? I'm holed up in the library of the University of Alberta Hospital reading up about ITP, because as a physical therapist, I had not learned a lot about ITP.
So I'm doing all my research in the library. I'm listening to what the doctors are suggesting. I'm not liking what they want us to do. And so basically we had an amazing hematologist, and treatment at the time was cortisone. Cortisone's a great drug, but it has a really lot of nasty side effects. And even our hematologist didn't want to use that. He wanted to use intravenous gamma globulin, which is a blood product that they would give him by IV, but he had to get special permission because it wasn't the treatment of choice at the time and because it was very expensive. So meanwhile, all the testing's going on and they're figuring this all out, and I'm in the library trying to figure out what I want to do. And Bill and I are putting our heads together. He comes along and says, I've gotten approval to do this. And I said, I want to know all my options, like every option on the table. What if we just wait? Because I had read that sometimes it spontaneously gets better. And he looked at me and he said, well, that does happen occasionally, but it isn't all that common. And you'll have to get his blood drawn 3 times a week. And you guys live in 2 hours away from here. And I'm like, that's okay. We have places to draw blood in Rocky Mountains. And he said, well, if that's the route you want to go, if he doesn't have a platelet count of 25 by the time 3 months is up, we have to do this. So we went home and kept getting blood. Imagine this, a 2.5-year-old getting blood taken 3 times a week. His dad took him. His mother's heart couldn't take it. Anyway, we got to Christmas and his platelet count hadn't got up over 25. And our doctor said, Carla, I think this is it. The jig's up. We're going to have to do this. And as luck would have it, God, whatever, I believe it's higher powers, I was studying acupuncture at the time and I was cramming for an exam. And when I was cramming for the exam, it was on the physiological proven effects of acupuncture. And guess what? Acupuncture triples the gamma globulin level in the body. And I'm like, hello, that's what they want to put into my son's body. But I hadn't even learned how to put a needle into an adult, let alone a child. How am I going to do this? So I only knew 12 acupuncture points at the time. And one of them was for the immune system and one of them was for blood. And I went, well, hello, it's an immune disorder and it deals with blood. And so I thought acupressure. So Bill is amazing. He is so innovative. I'm like, what are we going to do with this 2-year-old and try to do acupressure on him? And he phoned me at work and said, you know, those little vibrator things we have to put on the muscles, bring that home. So we sat Kyle in front of a TV show with a bowl of Cheerios. And for 5 minutes, we did acupressure on those 3 points on his back. We did it 3 times a day. We went and got his blood done on Monday, and his platelet count had gotten up to 30. And our doctor called us and said, this has to be a lab error because this hasn't happened. Like, we're going to have to do this again. And I said, well, wait a minute. I got to tell you something we've been doing. And he said, I don't understand how it works. I don't even know if it did work, but don't stop. Keep doing it. We'll redraw his blood. We redrew his blood. 2 days later, it was 50. We avoided having intravenous gamma globulin done. I was pregnant with my second child. We retested Kyle when Adam was born and his platelets were normal. Acupressure works really well. All right. This is an article that was done through the COVID situation, and it talks about the fact that traditional Chinese medicine focuses on prevention, it focuses on optimizing your body to function well, and that it plays a vital role in reducing the incidence of COVID-19 and preventing it from recurring. Now, you got something really great like acupuncture, you got something really great like essential oils. Magic happens when you put those two together. This is some research by Dr. East Harridan, who's a licensed acupuncturist in California. And she was able to show that when you combine essential oils with acupuncture and acupressure, you can actually amplify the effects. Now, there's even a research studies that were done. There were conventions that were held in Europe because essential oils were used a lot more in Europe, more aggressively. And there's actually a research article that lists 161 different correspondences. You know the whole thing like wine and cheese, like this wine goes better with this cheese? Well, it's kind of like that with essential oils, that certain essential oils pair really well with certain acupuncture points. So what they've been able to show with research is if you add essential oils to acupuncture or acupressure, you can increase the clinical results by 2 to 10-fold. That's kind of a lot. Even double is great, but 10-fold, that's amazing. And that's what I found in my practice. Now, how do you pair essential oils with these acupuncture points? Well, you can use basically the reason for the acupuncture point and the reason for the essential oil. So lavender is an oil for calming. So if you're using an acupressure point for stress, then you could pair lavender with that. Peppermint is good for pain relieving. So that point I mentioned on your hand, that one could be paired with peppermint because they both work on pain relieving. Or you can pair them specifically based on research. These are some of the common oils. This is 4 oils that come in your everyday oil starter bundle, and they each have acupressure points and acupuncture points that you can pair them with. Now, I'm going to teach you here today 4 acupressure points that will help to strengthen your immune system so that it will help prevent illness. And it also helps you if you've been ill and you know how it can take you so long to get better. Well, if you use these points, it can speed up your recovery after you've been dealing with an illness. So when you're doing this, you want to treat once or twice a day and then once a week for maintenance once you get this built up. Then I'm going to teach you 4 acupuncture points that are useful if you get a cough or a cold or any kind of an illness where you want your immune system to be ramped up and doing its work. And so in this case, you would treat it twice a day until those symptoms resolved. Now, this is the first acupuncture point. It's CD12. It's really easy to find if you sit up nice and tall and you feel for your belly button and you feel for that little bone at the base of your breastbone there. And halfway between those 2 points, often you might feel a little bit of a hollow, is CB12. Now, this is a point that we use for all kinds of abdominal stuff, but it's a point that helps with cough. And if you've got a lot of phlegm, it helps with insomnia. And it's anything to do with digestion. So if you felt too full after you've eaten, or if you feel like you're getting a stomach flu or anything like that. All right, so we pair that with peppermint. Kind of makes sense, right? Because peppermint's a really powerful oil for digestion. And so you can see that Canada has NHP registration of peppermint for a lot of great different things, but it is registered for treatment of cough and cold. So if you're going to work on that spot while you're sitting there, then whatever, I usually find my thumb or my finger are the easiest. You can just sit there and just do a little bit of that pressure, release a little bit, press again, release a little bit. This is a powerful point to help support that system. Now, when I first got started in essential oils, this is the thought process I had when it was explained to me that essential oils could be used medically. Like, are you kidding me? Like, an essential oil to be used as a medical purpose that has a clinical outcome? I don't think that's really a thing, Carla. Well, these days, if you look around, there are hospitals using essential oils, there are massage therapists, there are chiropractors, there's naturopaths, there's a lot of medical professionals that have discovered the benefits of high quality essential oils and have integrated them into their practices. If you look back actually to traditional Chinese medicine, there were 20 essential oils listed in the Materia Medica, and that's back from the Ming Dynasty. It goes back a really, really long way. There's modern masters like Jeffrey Ewan who have been teaching about essential oils and integrating them into their practices. And there's all kinds of reference books. There's even an aromatherapy for health professionals. That book has a chapter in it on how to use essential oils in ICU. It's got a chapter in it on how to use essential oils in palliative care. Okay, your second one here is stomach 36. So this one is used for GI discomfort. It's used for any kind of nausea or vomiting. It's called Suzanne Lee, which is translates to 3 mile point. So this is a great one if you want more energy. Chinese people in the olden days, they walked everywhere. And if they got really tired and felt like they couldn't get the rest of the way home, they would just stop and they would massage the stomach 36, and it would allow them, as legend says, to walk 3 more miles, which is why they named it 3 Mile Point. So it is, if you're sitting with your knee bent, you feel for the tip of your kneecap, and then you just lay your 4 fingers below the kneecap, and that's going to put you pretty much on that kind of bump that's on the front of your shin that you kneel on. And then you're going to go to the outside in the hollow between that bump and the outside head of your fibula. There'll be a little hollow there. So if you want to massage that, if you're feeling a little tired after a day of learning and excitement, that's going to just pick you up. And if you're walking home, you've got 3 miles. All right, lemongrass is the oil that pairs best with this. And again, lemongrass is NHP registered to help with calming. It helps with headache. It helps with sprains, strains, arthritis. It's awesome when you're cooking because we love Thai food. And in Rocky Mountain House, you cannot find fresh lemongrass to save your life. So a few drops of lemongrass in your Thai cooking right before you serve it makes you feel like you're back in Thailand. All right, a little bit about me. Who am I? I am a physiotherapist and a registered acupuncturist. I've been in clinical practice for 42 years. We used to own this clinic in Rocky Mountain House, which we sold 2 years ago when I sort of retired a bit. And I have added Chinese medicine and acupuncture. I have a pediatric specialty. So the cool thing about my practice is my oldest paying patient was 101, and my youngest paying client was 1 day old, because I treated mom through her pregnancy and she brought her baby to me right after birth. I also have training in microcurrent. I teach nationally and internationally on microcurrent. And 19 years ago, I looked in the mirror and wasn't too excited about the wrinkles I was seeing. And I still feel like I'm 30. I still like to party and have fun, but my face wasn't showing it. So we developed a anti-aging facial rejuvenation system called Second Chance Facial Rejuvenation. And that's why I don't look like I've been in practice for 42 years. But in the year 2000 is when I added essential oils into my practice. So what happened that they came into my life? Well, I love to learn, I love to go to conferences, and I was at the World Natural Medicine Conference in Edmonton in August 2000. And my mentor, through her books, because we didn't have internet then, was Dr. Carolyn DeMarco, a wonderful Canadian physician who did a lot of work and wrote a lot of books on women's health and natural health and how to support your patient. So I went up at the end of her talk and just to tell her, thank you for your books and thank you for your work. It's just like, I'm living in little Rocky Mountain House, Alberta. You've been a blessing to me. And at the time I was studying pediatric acupuncture and I was so excited. You know, when you're passionate about something, you just can't be quiet about it. Well, I was telling her about the great results I was getting with my pediatric practice. And she looked at me and said, have you ever thought about adding essential oils to your practice? And I was actually speechless. And if you know me well, I'm not speechless often. And I was just like, oh, what? And she just looked at me, and I'll never forget those words. They just felt right. They just hit me in my heart. She said, everything you've told me about your acupuncture and your pediatric Chinese medicine and all the great results you're getting, I get those same great results using essential oils. And that's all she needed to say. I'm like, really? And then she added it with only use Young Living brand, because I've worked with oils for 4 or 5 years and I actually gave up on them until I found the Young Living brand. So I followed the leader and I did what she told. The other thing that was really timely at the time is I was using a lot of traditional Chinese herbs in my practice, and it just seemed like every week there was a new study coming out about an interaction between this Chinese herb and this medication, and it was just like overwhelming to try to stay on top of it. And so I ended up actually transitioning out of Chinese herbs and more into the essential oils. So what do you do when you find something new as a practitioner? Well, you take it home and use it on your family and see if it really works. So these are our children at the time. We have 4, 3 boys and a girl. And I took them home and used them with all the things that happen with kids that age. And it was like really fast results. I had told Dr. DeMarco that Bill had fractured his back and that he had chronic pain and was like probably would have been a paraplegic if I hadn't done acupuncture on him at the site of the injury. And so she says, you need the raindrop kit. So being a good little student, I was like, yes, ma'am. 1 everyday oils kit, which then had 7 oils and no diffuser, and 1 raindrop kit. And so I literally, it was a VHS tape, and I put it into the tape machine, and I stopped and started it, and put the raindrop oils on Bill, and he had 10 days of the best pain relief he'd had in a very, very long time. So I had my attention gotten very quickly. Being Western trained medical, I was like, okay, there's got to be some kind of research on how this works. Like, this is just like kind of voodoo stuff. But then I started digging, and then I got really excited. Because in my traditional Chinese medical training, I knew that if I stick a needle in your ankle, that message goes up to the pituitary hypothalamus axis, and that's where the cascade of things happen with the acupuncture effect. Well, obviously, acupuncture has been around for 2,000 years. I had been doing acupuncture for years, and it obviously worked really, really well. And then I looked and discovered that when you breathe in an essential oil, it triggers that olfactory nerve, and the message goes straight up to the pituitary hypothalamus axis and affects the amygdala. It goes like highway 2, straight right up into that amygdala. I'm like, oh my God, this might be a way for people to have an acupuncture effect without having to actually go and see someone. And my mentor and teacher in Chinese medicine is Dr. Stephen Ong, and he always taught us, your body's like a house. It's got a front door, it's got a back door, it's got like attic windows, front windows. When you're treating a patient, most times you're going to go in the front door because most things work for most people, but you're going to come across people that you do the usual things and it just doesn't cut it. So you have to have your toolbox filled with more modalities that you could maybe sneak in the back door. And so I remembered that, but this is very cool. And then I looked at history. Well, if they're good enough for the baby Jesus, I think they should be good enough for us. So they have been around for a very long time. The 3 wise men brought myrrh and frankincense to the baby Jesus. And we may not understand exactly how the oils work totally in the body, but they've been around long enough to know that there's a good track record and there's very little side effects. And then I looked at Young Living and saw that they had the Seed to Seal promise. If you want to look at that a little further, go to seedtoseal.com, but they really look after their plants and they plan it and they make sure that we have the real deal. And if you go to PubMed, go to Google Scholar, punch in anything, frankincense and pain, and you will come up with like 9,000 or 7,000 research articles on frankincense essential oil and pain. So there's lots and lots of really, really good research out there. Okay, everybody's gonna love this one. This one is called the Sea of Qi, and Qi is energy. So this is a point that's just below your belly button. So find your belly button, put 2 fingers width below the belly button, and then do your little acupressure there. This one is the main point for building energy in the body. It's also really good for asthma, shortness of breath, general fatigue, and any kind of menstrual irregularities. So it's kind of like your boost, like if you are a coffee person or if you're me, like a zing person, and I love my zing, this is kind of your natural way to ramp up the energy in your body. And a lot of people, especially if you do this regularly, it's not like you have to sit there for half an hour and do the acupressure on that point. Sometimes, depending on your body and how consistent you are doing it, you may often feel the effects within 1, 2, or 3 minutes. And guess what? It's free. You don't have to spend a dime. All right, so coriander is the oil that actually pairs with CB6. It has a sweet, warm fragrance that's calming and uplifting. This is one that we can get as Canadians through the NFR order system. All right, now this is one thing that most of you probably know, but is very, very cool. In the Young Living world, which is global, Young Living is around the world with all its products. We are the only country that are allowed to make medical claims related to the use of our oils. And so we have close to 100 Young Living products that are Health Canada approved, which means that they have enough research to put an NHP number and an NHP claim on it, that we can claim that. And as you can see, cough and cold is on that list, as is stress and relaxation, because our body works better when it's not stressed. The other thing is I have this really cool book that was published 9 years ago, and it has an entire chapter on the use of essential oils with multi-drug resistant microbes. So what is that? That is where we now have organisms in the world that we do not have drugs for. So antibiotic resistant organisms, we have all kinds of things out there. And this book has an entire chapter on the use of essential oils with this very, very difficult and scary problem in the world. Now, how do essential oils work? Well, that's the great thing about them, is they're very safe, because they help to bring your body to balance. And what's really cool is they affect every system in your body. So your respiratory system, your digestive system, your hormone, your endocrine system. And if your system is a little overactive or a little underactive, it tends to bring your body to balance. And that's how acupuncture works as well, which is why acupuncture is so phenomenal that it has very little negative side effects. Now, what are essential oils? Well, they're the aromatic liquid of the plant. They're very, very potent. Quite often, you only need 1 drop. Heck, you don't even have to take a drop out of the bottle. If you open that bottle and breathe it in, there's positive changes that happen. You can use them topically on your body, you can inhale them, and you can take them internally if they are pure and authentic like Young Living. Now, a lot of people think, well, diffusing essential oils is just something you do to help your house smell nice. But the research done at the Mayo Clinic showed that using an air humidifier for 1 hour per day in a school reduced the virus particles in the air by 30%. And diffusers not only dispense immune supporting essential oils, but they also add moisture to the air. And in our dry climate of Alberta, that's a good thing. So this is a before and after brain scan with using the oil bergamot. Now, if you only had to get 1 oil to support your brain, this is the most potent, most powerful oil to support your brain. This is actually a brain scan of the amygdala. So remember, the amygdala is deep inside your brain. It is our emotional center of our body. So this picture on your left is before breathing in the essential oils, and just a hint, red is bad. Red means that area of the brain is inflamed and on fire. And after breathing in the bergamot, 5 minutes later, the repeat brain scan, it's a QEEG brain scan, was done. And you can see how quickly the brain has shifted into a better pattern. Now, it would be amazing if our brain just stayed there, but it's kind of like going to the gym, you know, you fall out of habits and you have to use your oils regularly. If you do use your oils regularly, you can get your brain to stay in a better, healthier pattern. Now, a lot of people say, well, Carla, but you know, scents are bad these days and people don't want you smelling like things, and I can't use them at work because it's a scent-free zone and I don't want people to have a reaction if I'm wearing all these oils. Well, the truth of it is that the negative reactions that people usually experience around scents are related to the chemicals, synthetic chemicals that are used in those scents. So to give you an example of that, and the fact that oils are very, very pure, I can tell you a peppermint farmer story, or a peppermint story. One of my patients, an RN, had really bad asthma, and she was in my clinic on my table when she went to go into an asthma attack. And she was going to jump out and like race off and try to get to her inhaler or whatever. And I said, let me put some lavender on the soles of your feet. And she goes, I'm allergic to the plant. I can't use lavender. I can't be anywhere near lavender. Luckily, she trusted me because I said, look, I got needles here. I can help you if this doesn't work. Let me put lavender on the soles of your feet. And it just took her asthma attack away, like just bang. So she had a hard time in her life because if she would go out to weddings or funerals or anywhere where people would wear, aftershave and perfumes, she was always reacting. And so she started putting lavender oil on the soles of her feet before she went out in public and carrying a bottle of lavender with her so that she was able to control that reaction and not have it so severely. So why does that happen? Well, if an oil is a pure steam distilled oil and nothing is added and nothing's taken away the way Young Living does it, then there's no proteins, polypeptides, or amino acids in the end product. Those are the 3 molecules that trigger an allergic reaction, which is why it is safe to use them. And in 22 years, when we owned the clinic, first thing I did in the morning, I'd go in and I'd set up the diffuser and it would just run all day long. I never once had to have anybody leave because they couldn't be in the clinic. In fact, the opposite. People would say, how do I end up feeling better when I'm sitting in your waiting room? I haven't even got to the treatment room yet. Might be those oils. Okay, there are a few exceptions to the non-allergenic, and that is our citrus oils because they are not steam distilled. They are pressed from a rind. And so they will have proteins, polypeptides, and amino acids in it. So if someone is allergic to citrus, they can, depending on their allergy and how adventuresome they want to be, I've had people been able to use Young Living citrus oils, but they just need to be aware. The other thing is some of the essential oils have a carrier oil in them. So if they are allergic to sesame seed oil or coconut oil or one of the carrier oils, then that may not be a good product for them. Now, the other thing that got me really interested, because in Chinese medicine, we use a lot of Chinese herbs. Well, dried herbs have 93% of the essential oils evaporated off the herb. Well, it's actually the ingredient that makes the plant so powerful. And so I started looking at that and going, well, if I can use essential oils and they only need 1 drop or they just need to inhale it from the bottle, and then I'm not having to worry about herb and drug interactions, this could be a really good thing. And so 1 drop of peppermint oil is equivalent to 28 cups of peppermint tea. So these are very, very potent. All right, your next one is your Calm Relax. This is the great one to use if you suffer from insomnia, if you have trouble falling asleep, if your mind races when you're going to bed, if you wake up in the middle of the night, you can't get to sleep. It's in line with your baby finger. So look at your hand, follow your baby finger down to where it hits your wrist. And you'll feel a little bit of a bump, a little bit of a bone there, because there's a little round bone at that spot. And so you just sit there and do that acupressure technique on it. This is the point to calm the mind, calm anxiety, calm worry, helps with panic attacks. If you wake up in the night and you can't get back to sleep, you don't have to get out of bed, you don't have to turn on the light. Just slide your hand down and do acupressure. It's always good to work on both sides of the body. So do it on the right hand for a while, switch it over, do it on the left hand. Same with all the other points I've been teaching you. It's good to use them on both sides. So rose is the oil that pairs best with the Heart 7. And again, it is an NHP registered oil that helps with skin and it helps with calming, helps with headaches, helps with cough and cold. All right, so I have a lot of people say, well, that all sounds really good, Carla, but I'm not sure I want to spend the money on a Young Living oil. I can go down to Walmart and I can buy it for a quarter of that. Or these days you can go to the, probably to the gas station and buy essential oils. So what's this? I don't want to do that. Well, if you go along and you get something that isn't of good quality, you run the risk of having side effects, because the odds are they're full of synthetics. They're not the real deal. They're not 100% pure. They will be adulterated. And you could maybe have just no results. So yeah, you paid half the price, but you didn't get any benefit. So now you've just wasted that money. So that's probably the best thing that could happen, because the worst thing that could happen is that you actually have a bad side effect. You get a burn or you get a reaction or something like that. So I have a story about a lady in Toronto who I didn't know, but a friend hooked us up together because she had a 2-year-old that was not going to bed well at night, would wake up at 2 in the morning and really like to hang out and party till 4, and then go back to sleep. And of course, mom was just ragged. By the time I talked to her, this had been going on for 6 months, and she was pretty desperate. So the friend said, you gotta talk to Carla. So we got on the phone and I said, lavender oil, bottom of baby's feet, baby goes to bed, put lavender oil. Oh, Carla, I've done that, didn't do anything at all. And I said, well, it has to be the Young Living brand. Is that what you use? And she goes, no, but you don't understand. We have these great stores in Toronto, and we have this organic store, and it's like all, certified organic oils and whatever. And I went, I understand what you're saying. How about I send you a bottle of lavender from Young Living and give that a try? So she did. And then I got this email. I wish now I would have taken a screenshot, because the title said, wow, wow, wow. And I went, oh, I don't like this email. And I opened it up and she goes, it's 7:58 p.m. and Leah's asleep. And she says, I'm going to have to use this oil to get to sleep because I am so excited. And then the next line was, now I know what you mean about Young Living oils being different. So this, when someone says to you, why Young Living? You got to remember my peppermint farmer story. So this is a peppermint farmer, and he's organic. He does everything right. He has a perfectly beautiful sunny season with just the right amount of rain. And when he distills his peppermint oil at the end of the season, it's between 38 and 47% menthol. That's what's considered the clinically effective range for that ingredient. So he bottles it and sells it. The next year, same farmer, same, attention to detail, but it's a cold, it's a wet, it's a rainy season. And at the end of the season, he distills his peppermint. It's only 24% menthol. That's outside of the clinical range. So that means the odds on you getting as good a result with it are much, much less. But he's organic. He's got the little label to go on his bottle and everything. So he puts it on the shelf and he sells it. Young Living will never do that. For every oil that they make, they have parameters. And if that oil falls outside of that parameter, then it is discarded. It does not get a label. We know this to be a fact because at one point we went 2 years without any helichrysum oil because they could not find a source that gave them the clinical quality and so they would not compromise quality. And so we had no helichrysum for 2 years. So lavender is another oil that is used for coughs and colds as well. And I'm just going to show you a quick before and after lavender scan. Remember I said the oils bring our body to balance? Well, this case, the brain's on vacation here. That white means this section of the brain is not doing its job. It's just hanging out and not paying attention. And that section of the brain will stimulate anxiety and high stress if it's not doing its job. So after opening the bottle of lavender oil, breathing it in and repeating the brain scan, the part of the brain that was on vacation, hello, is back online, doing its job. Person feels the anxiety go down and they have the result of relaxation with focus and concentration. So our NHP claim for lavender is that it is a nervine and accommodative, and this brain scan shows you how it works to do that. All right, LI4, this is the one on your thumb, between your thumb and index finger there. It is the most powerful point in the body for pain, anywhere in the body, especially head, neck, throat, pain, upper half of the body. So again, that's a great one to know and to use. And it pairs with clove oil. And so clove oil is also NHP registered for cough and cold. Now, clove oil is got eugenol in it. It's natural, comes from the clove. That's what the dentists use to numb your gums before they actually give you an injection. So if you ever want to numb an area of your body or really decrease pain quickly, then use a little bit of clove over it. And you will notice that some of our pain blends, like Hanaway, I believe, has clove in it as well. So those are the points that you can use. Now, Jolene was talking earlier, or Evian, sorry, butcher your name. But beauty on the inside out, we need to support our body nutritionally on the inside too. Same with our immune system. So the other thing that I was so excited about as an acupuncturist was the Ninja Wolfberry and seeing what Gary has done with that. So when you look back at the history of the wolfberry, it goes back to the Ming Dynasty. It may regulate the flow of vital energy and strengthen the physique, which can lead to longevity. So the wolfberry has been used in traditional Chinese herbal medicine since way back in the Ming Dynasty. Oh, too much. All right, in the ancient texts, the wolfberry nourishes the yin, supports blood, kidney, and liver, strengthens the eyes, fortifies the muscles and the bones. When I say oranges, what do you think of for a nutrient? When I say bananas, what do you think of? All right, so now when I say wolfberry, you're gonna go mini multivitamin. Because when you look at the nutrients in the wolfberry, it's got super high levels of vitamin A, vitamin B1, B3, B5, vitamin C, magnesium, potassium. It's like a little mini multivitamin. And that's what makes it so special, is it has a very well-rounded profile. Now, you can take dried Ninja wolfberries, use them any place you would use a raisin. In muffins, in salads, in porridge. It's really delicious as a tea. Just throw like a teaspoon of Ninja wolfberries in a cup and pour hot water on it. If you want to add a little bit of organic honey for a sweetener or something. And when you're finished drinking the tea, eat the berries at the end because they're all plump now and rehydrated. You can add them to a trail mix. I like to use organic roasted almonds and some organic coconut chips and the wolfberries together. And I just love the flavor combination of those. But those are things that we carry with us when we're traveling for a quick snack that we know is really nutritious. So we have our Ninja juice, and all of you got a sample of it in your little bags. It is infused with 4 citrus oils: orange, lemon, tangerine, and yuzu. And there's no added sugar. So someone who has issues with blood sugar is totally safe to take. In fact, my patients with blood sugar challenges find their blood sugars are more stable when they use Ninja regularly. So it's a whole body nutrient infusion. The recommended dose is 2 to 4 ounces a day, or as much as you can afford to drink. And the other thing that's great is children and pets love it as well. So it's good for the whole family. Now, one thing that Young Living pioneered, and I'm not sure if there is any other companies that do this yet at all, was infusing their supplements with essential oils. That was a really radical idea when Gary started doing it, but it totally makes sense because what we do know about essential oils is they are lipid soluble, which means they go through the cell wall into the inside of your cell very easily and very quickly. So when you're walking up to a grocery store that has automatic doors, they just open, right? You don't have to touch them, you just walk in. Well, that's what essential oils do to a supplement, is they allow the cell wall to just open up and allow the nutrients to get inside the cell. That's where the nutrients do their job. If you take supplements and they don't absorb, they're going into the toilet, and the money you spent is not getting through to what you wanted in your body. The other thing is essential oils are really good garbage pickers. So they like to bind with toxins inside the cell and help to carry them out of the cell. And then Young Living's really, really smart. They choose the essential oils that match the reason why you're taking that supplement. So you get the benefit of the nutrient, the benefit of the oil, but 2 + 2 actually equals 10. So Jolene mentioned Super B, has nutmeg in it. It is one of the best B complex vitamins I've ever had patients take, and they usually feel a difference within a couple of days of starting that supplement. So here's an example that's actually one that Gary did. Multi-greens, he put the formula together and he tested it on a group of humans before he added the essential oils into it. So in 23 hours, there was 42% absorption. Then he added the essential oils into the formula and retested it again. And with the essential oils in it, the absorption in 60 minutes was 86%. That tells you right now why the supplements work so well. Okay, your next one is Lung 5. This is one that helps with cough and fever and chest congestion and sore throat. So if you bend your elbow a little bit and kind of make a Popeye muscle, you're going to feel your tendon. You want to go to the outside border of that tendon right on your elbow crease. And that is where you will find Lung 5. This is Laurus nobilis's paired oil. And Laurus nobilis, again, is NHP registered for a lot of different things, including cough and cold. There's been some really excellent research with Laurus nobilis that directly links it to what's been going on in our world for the last couple of years. So it is one that I don't leave home without because it is very powerful. If you're wondering what Laurus nobilis is, if you've ever used bay leaves in your kitchen, it is the bay leaf. Your next one is Li11. This is a very powerful one to clear heat. So this works really good for fever, sore throat, if someone is having hot flashes, if someone has a sunburn. Damp heat is where you have things like, skin diseases and, things that have like blisters and stuff like that. It's also great for elbow problems, obviously, and menstrual issues. So this one, if you just bend your elbow, if you don't have your sleeve pulled up, you won't see it, but you'll see there's a crease. Right at the tip of the crease on the outside of your elbow is Li11. This is a point that I use with all of my patients when I'm working with supporting their immune system, helping clear symptoms of a cough or cold. So the oil that pairs with this is geranium. Once again, geranium is NHP registered for cough and cold, and there's a lot of really great research connecting geranium to the world situation the last few years. So it is a really great oil to keep on hand as well. Other places that you can do acupressure are on the soles of your feet. You may call it reflexology, but there are microsystems in the body. A microsystem is where you can treat the whole body through that zone. So if you look at the bottom of the feet, your big toe is your brain. So let's say you're having trouble sleeping at night. You could take a drop of any of your calming oils like lavender or stress away or peace and calming and put it on the bottom of your big toe. And then just do some of that acupressure technique on the bottom of your big toe. You don't have to do a lot of it, even if you sit there for 30 seconds or a minute and do that on both your toes and just see how that works to help you to sleep. But you can look up these charts anywhere. It's on my handout that you will get when you go and collect it. If you're having tummy troubles, you could use Digize or peppermint and put it over the tummy zone on the foot, do a little acupressure on it. The ear is a little harder to treat if it's on your own head, but it is a powerful, powerful microsystem of the body. Because the points on the ear are so close together, we often use a little blunt object like a ballpoint pin that has the tip retracted or something like that. You can look up the zones on the ear and do a little bit of acupressure with essential oils on the ear points. So for sleep, because we're focusing on that, your earlobe is your brain. So if you want to go to sleep easier, you can take some of your calming oils, put it on your earlobe, do acupressure on it. Let's say you're driving and you're feeling a little tired, or you're studying for an exam. You can take peppermint oil, put it on your earlobe, because that is the map of your brain, and help to make your brain more awake, more focused, and more concentrated. And to let you know how powerful the ear is, when Bill broke his back, he was in the University Hospital, or he was in the Rocky Hospital actually, and they had given him all the drugs to help take some of the pain away. And he's the kind of guy that usually a half of aspirin is all he needed for anything. But 45 minutes, an hour after they gave him all the pain drugs, he said he had zero pain relief. Well, as an acupuncturist, I don't leave home without my needles. You find me on the beach, the needles are in my beach bag. I don't go anywhere without them. So I pulled out my needles and I put 3 needles in each ear. And I could just watch his body relax. And I went, did that actually do something? because he had a 60% crush fracture and his spinal canal was 50% filled with bone. So he had a big injury. And he looked at me and he says, I don't have any pain. Now, he wasn't about to wiggle his toes or try to roll over or anything, but it took the pain away completely. So it really is a powerful place. Okay, the last one is CD17. This one's really easy to find. It's in the middle of your chest, right between the nipples on the breastbone. It is a very powerful point for opening up the chest for any kind of lung, cough issues, any kind of breast issues, anxiety, panic attacks. It can be very powerful to help pull someone out of a panic attack. And the oil that goes with that is eucalyptus globulus. And again, it's NHP registered for coughs and colds. And again, if you wish to do the research, it is very much connected with protecting us from the current world situation. So a great, great oil. Now, I told you about Kyle's story, and it's got a really happy ending, right? Because we were able to avoid gamma globulin. And this is the part of the story where I want you to really realize that in my world, in my motto, it is, I will use everything natural first, and I will use a medication or a more invasive intervention as a last resort. And in North America, pretty much people are conditioned to do the opposite. It's like, you got a headache, you just grab for the Tylenol, or you got this going on, you just take the easy way out, or what seems like the easy way out. Well, we could have done the easy way out without Kyle as well. We could have just said, yeah, okay, you've gone to bat, you fought for us to get the gamma globulin, let's just do the gamma globulin and we'll be done. But my background was not to do anything with serious interventions unless I could eliminate the possibility that something natural would work. So of course, I had no idea that I was going to be able to cure Kyle of this autoimmune condition. And so, but we gave it the best chance, and we worked with our doctors. We didn't fight them. We gave them our reasons, and they played with us, and they said, yep, that's fine. These are the rules. This is what I'd suggest. Anyway, 9 years later, I can still remember exactly where I was sitting on the couch in our house when the news story came on. And it was a story of the Krever Report. And the Krever Report was the news breaking situation where they announced that in the years of 1987, I believe, to 89, there was tainted blood being used in Canada. What does that mean? That means that my son had a potential chance of getting Hep C or HIV from having a life-saving treatment like gamma globulin for him. It would have been a Russian roulette situation. And the news story basically said, if you or anyone you know or love has had blood during these dates, any kind of blood product, go see your doctor to be tested to see if you are one of the people. We didn't have the stress. We didn't have the worry. I hugged Kyle so much harder that day, and I was so grateful that Bill and I were together as a team, as a partner, with talking to our doctors and looking for another way. Had we taken the easy way out, our son might have been laced with Hep C or HIV for the rest of his life, but we didn't have to deal with that. So my motto is natural first and do everything you can humanly possible. See your naturopath, see your acupuncturist, see the people that are in the professions that can guide you and help you naturally. And you know, our Western medicine is awesome, and there is a time and a place for everything, but being used wisely can help you avoid a lot of nasty things. So if you're here and you are not using Young Living products or not a member, reach out to the person that invited you and brought you, because they are there. They are your ambassador. They are your guide. They are passionate about sharing with you and teaching you all there is, because Young Living can be a little overwhelming. We have over 600 products that are essential oil infused. So it's nice to have someone to guide you. So this is the picture place where you take a picture and get that link. There is a recording of this presentation there, and you can download the handout and just print it, stick it in your medicine chest where you go to get things when you're under stress and feeling sick, because we default to what we're used to, and it's really good to have it somewhere in sight. The The acupuncture points that I taught you are ones that you can use on a daily basis. You can use them for other reasons. The handout has got the list of what each point does for your body. So for example, if you've got menstrual issues, there were several issues and several points there that would help with menstrual issues as well. So thank you very much for sticking around to the end of the day on a snowy, wintry weekend. And thank you for being here.
So, you know what, I want to explain to you guys why
Carla Green and Bill Green are Royal Crown Diamonds with this company. I don't know the whole story, so I may be exaggerating here. But I'm gonna play a little game with Carla and her table there. Elena, am I saying that right? You're here today. Where do you work? She works at the front desk here. How did you get invited here today? Exactly. You don't need to say anymore. She was making a reservation. That's Carla. And you know what? And we can all learn from that. You know what? I'm coming. I'm going to be speaking about essential oils. And then here she is. And this can change Eleni's life, right? It's emotional for me. For you guys who got out on these crazy stormy roads, thank you. It's really bad. If you are leaving, can you please send us back a message that you arrived home safely? We have 5 more prizes and then the grand prize. We're going to put a picture up of Harrison, and then we're going to. Are you able to do show the picture and do the other? Okay. Okay, so why don't I start doing the prizes? Sue, can you come and help me, please? And Sarah is going to, is there anybody who wants a last minute ticket to the advent calendar or, okay, no. Okay, can you go get we're gonna have 5 more gifts given out of the big drawway. And then we have these ones too. So our vendors will give us prizes as well. And thank you so much to Corinne Poot for coming. She comes always to our events and I appreciate you so much. I love your stuff. So we have some of her gifts to give out. We're gonna do something a little bit different. Who is the newest member in the room? Not you, Bernice, nice try. That's not mine, that's Julie's. Julie. So when did you sign up? Okay, 2 weeks ago. And when did you sign up? Okay, today. You can come up and pick one of these bags up here. And you can put your essential oils in something. I'm sure she's giving you a bag. So you pick up one of those. All right, and who's the second newest in the room? You want to come up and then you come up as well and pick out. What? Where's the remote? Oh, my computer is in the back there. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to give away some of the,
Yeah, I don't know where to.
you know what, one of the first things I wanted was one of Crane's things when I got into Young Living, so that's why I'm doing it.
Right there.
Colleen Miller. Congrats, girl. And Sue will hold the bag and you guys can pick it out. Jackson Rycraig. I'm so happy that he won something. He's been such a good boy. All right, who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Is Kira Chamzuk in the room? Okay, we'll pick something up first. You can pick it up later. All right, and then one more. Amber Carroll. Is Amber here? Oh, okay, well, we'll go again. Okay, and you know what? Just know that any of the stuff, if you're wanting to donate to Harrison, can be e-transferred as well. Jason, you won a prize. So you can either pick from there or the bag. Up to you. I know, pressure, hey? Okay, so now for the grand prize. The grand prize is amazing. So this is from Alexis in down in corporate. She is absolutely amazing. So she gave us one of the, I'll show you. When we went to Canadian Convention, we got these bags. We got this umbrella, the book, and then there is some oils in here. So this is one of the grand prizes, and then we'll do Harrison's. So I'm going to shove this in here so we'll lose anything. All right. Let's see who wins. This is awesome. The hardest working person of this whole freaking rally, Sarah. Woohoo! All right, so we're going to bring up Harrison's stuff. So first is this bucket of goodies. There is going to be probably $1,000 worth of stuff in there. And okay, so, and then this beautiful advent calendar you can either keep or give away. And that has about $700 worth of oils. So do you want to pick, do you want to pick it, or do you want to have somebody pick it? Okay, so this is for the advent calendar. Okay, and then Jackson, you can pick the next one. Yeah, those Bright Crates kids, hey? Letting them. Okay, well, okay. You got Bright Crates letting me.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Okay, does everyone have their tickets out? The number of the winner is 2, 4, 5, 3, 3. Who's still in? Raise your hand if you're still in. 0.
My lottery ticket this time. There you go. Okay, and the next one is this little basket here. Are you going to come up and read the numbers to me? Awesome. Okay.
2.5509.
Is that maybe an online person?
Okay. 245509. Okay, so it must be an online one. Okay, so those of you listening live, it is one of you guys. So should we do some more prizes? Yeah. Okay, hit the button. Okay, yeah, shoot, you want to go give this to the girls? All right.
Oh, we still have one.
Jenna Bright Crates. Either you or one of your guests just won. Okay, hit it again. You just picked your mama. Good job.
Do we still have one there too?
Yeah, and there's one here too.
There's that one or-
Yeah.
Was somebody online?
Wait, it was somebody online? Okay. All right, we'll do, oh, sorry. Okay, who is next? Sorry. That one. Okay. It's one of my kids. They don't deserve it. I mean, can you say that name?
Miranda.
Is there Miranda in the room? Yay! So Miranda, you can put that on the bag here. Okay, so the winner. Yep.
So the person who won shouldn't actually be allowed to win because she's going to win right now. So that's not fair. And it was actually my Auntie Core. So yeah. And she's actually doing some job shifts for me. So I get some really good new jobs. I'm so excited.
Oh, that's awesome. Right on. Way to go, Cor.
Yeah, I can. She is literally sitting at my grandma's house drinking beer and clap all day long. She can do as many job shifts as I tell her to.
Get it, bud. Jackson wants to give away more prizes. Who am I to stop him? We have more things in the gift. I just don't want you guys to be bored. Shelley Meakin. Shyest kid in the room. So this is my niece Elise, my sister, Rhonda's daughter. Actually, my brother Kevin. Okay, let's do another one. Okay.
Lene.
Is Lene still here? Oh. Hit it again.
Naya.
Naya. Who hasn't won a prize here?
I think that's all wrong part. Yeah.
Lindsay, where's Lindsay? Okay, she's getting ready for the gala. We'll pick one out for her. Okay, hit again, bud. Oh, that's fine.
Diane.
Perfect, thank you.
Bernice, didn't you win already? You didn't? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you just won a prize. I'm sorry. Hit it again. Oh, sorry, I forgot to remove them. Sorry. I know I didn't remove her here, did I? Oh, look at, he just said to me, he goes, you gotta go here and that's where you can remove them. How old are you? 9. Donna Marshall, did you, yeah, that's your next, my dear. Like that. Oh, let's see. So just, oh, that's how you do it? You just go in here? It's a good one. Oh, yeah, I guess, eh? Oh, you're so smart. She's on the way. Okay, Tammy Lang. Jody Stewart. Jana McNamara, you're next. Okay. Okay.
Elias.
You finally won. Okay. There you go. Kylie Ford. Okay. All right.
right, is there anybody in the room who has not won a prize? Put your hand up, okay? Can you go and let her pick one out? And right there. Perfect. That is how much we've been blessed by corporate. So if you are ever there, say thank you to Alexis and all of the team there. And thank you to you. You know what you can do? I want you to go and you can pick out something on the back table. Okay. Oh, Kareem, can you come and pick a little bag? Okay. Okay, so anyway, supper is going to arrive here in about 20 minutes. So we can put some tables together, kind of relax a bit, and then we're gonna have some supper, and then we're gonna just do some visiting. And to those going home, please drive safe and let me know when you get home. You know what? I want to also, Sarah, can you come here, please? Sarah has done so much to get this together, and I got her a little prize, a little prize. And thank you so much to everybody for supporting Jason Zelmer's brother and for helping support our little Harrison. Congrats, you deserve it. And all of you on virtual, we're going to be doing some giveaways for you because there's some extra in the bag and I will get it to you. Love you. We'll see you later. Bye.
I'm like, I don't even know how to put, oh, no. You don't need one. Oh, well, get it off here. All right, you take care. Oh, no.